Hello everyone and welcome on back to March Mascot Madness here on youtube.com/Seannosaurus Rex. My name is Sean, and every Sunday and Monday throughout the month of March, you're getting 8 games of mascots playing basketball, 64 teams, 8 games per episode. I don't even know how many rounds that is. What is it? 64, 32, 16, 8, 4, final 5, 6 rounds, whatever. You know it, you love it, and we're back with the final day of round number 1. And we're starting off with a big one, California and Northwestern. I like this matchup a lot. It might even be the thumbnail image. We have, to get started, I'd like to give you some of the storylines. Been trying to type that out, get some games that have some interest going into it. The day 4 final 4 picks. We have Northwestern for Let's Go. We have Wisconsin for me. We have the champion pick in Baylor for the bracket named for Baylor. And we have, surprisingly, Stanford for the Beeb, unless I have maybe 2 of those flipped. But I was surprised that Stanford was a Final Four pick. Northwestern is a bit of a favorite around these parts. For the first game of the day, California and Northwestern. Northwestern is the Final Four pick, like I just mentioned. I have them to the Elite 8. The Beeb has them to the Sweet 16. And then there's a Sweet 16 pick for California for Baylor. So there's a little bit of intrigue here. Nobody has a winner in this game shorter than the Sweet 16, which technically just means they win 2 games. But it still is important because it does this weird thing where nobody picked Kentucky or Maryland out of the round of 32. So that one's not the most interesting. It's not a lot of point gain or loss either way. Oregon State. Yes, Oregon State. I should not have marked it OSU because Ohio State is in this, but Oregon State and Georgia Tech. We have one Oregon State pick for Let's Go. That is to the Sweet 16. For Tulsa and Duke, we have Duke in the Sweet 16 for me, Elite 8 for Baylor, and the Beeb at the round of 32 for Let's Go. So that is a clean sweep for Duke. We were 0-2 yesterday for games where the picks were clean sweeps. So I figured I would mark that as well. Wisconsin and Texas, 2 picks for Wisconsin, have them going to the Sweet 16 for the Beeb, and I have them in the Final Four. Baylor and South Carolina. Baylor is a champion pick, an Elite 8 pick for Let's Go, a round of 32 pick for me, and the Beeb. So it is a clean sweep for Baylor, which is not good news for Baylor because, again, like I said, 0-2. So in this back half of the bracket, we have 4 clean sweeps, and we can at best go 50-50. UConn, and Georgetown. It will be the 7th game, and we have a Sweet 16 pick for UConn from me and a Sweet 16 Georgetown pick for Baylor. I wrote these abbreviations thinking that it would be helpful. Just confusing. And then last but not least, we have the final game of the day, which is Ohio State and Stanford. Stanford is a clean sweep, a Final Four for the Beeb, a Sweet 16 for Let's Go, and then I would assume round of 32. Yeah, because of the Sweet 16s of the previous, whatever. So it's a round of 32 for me and for Baylor. So that one is also a clean sweep. So was there 3 of them here? No. 1, 2. Yeah, 3 of them actually. I did not realize. Yeah, Stanford's clean sweep. Did not realize that. Okay. So let's jump in to today's action. Bam. There you go. And that's our final bracket of the first round. We'll jump into the round of 32 next Sunday here on the channel. For more, be sure to subscribe, ring the bell. You'll be notified when I post new videos. Big stream happening on Friday. Baseball all day. So if you want some sports, come and check that out. If you don't like sports and you want to just hang out, I would appreciate it. Doing some subathon stuff, so there might be some interesting things happening. I have a couple of ideas mulling around. We'll see what I can come up with by the end of the week. And yeah, that's planning to start at 9 a.m. Pacific time. Thank you for joining me, and welcome to the first game of the day. Northwestern is taking on California in Northwestern, the Wildcats and the Golden Bears. Good mascot matchup. I like this. Like I maybe need to remind you, every single matchup was randomized except for Stanford and Ohio State. That's the only hand-picked matchup. So there you go. We don't commentate, or we don't we don't play, we commentate. All-American difficulty or skill level, 10-minute half length from the press box. So sit back and relax for 8 games. They last about 30 minutes or so apiece, so 4 hours-ish. each of the videos. Some of the old ones are pretty brutal because there's like a big chunk in the middle, but thankfully I can pause now. So thanks, OBS. I appreciate you. So we jump into game number 1. I should make sure to tell you to subscribe and ring the bell during the loading screen, but I don't. Cal and New Metal, and New Metal gets off to the good start. Do I have this too high again? I guess I like the crowd noise up there a little bit. Northwestern kicks for 3 and gets things started with a long shot. This is a big one. I mean, Northwestern's a Final Four pick, an Elite 8 pick, a Sweet 16 pick. California's a Sweet 16 pick, so I'd say it's a big matchup. Bigger for 3 of us, or 2 of us, I guess. Kicks back out. California feels like a team that I don't think has really done a whole lot, but I don't think that they've been especially bad. Maybe. I don't know. Sometimes we get some of these teams that probably haven't won a tournament game, but it's maybe not as notable because they aren't losing to the same team every time, Washington State, or putting up the worst half of all time, Washington State. Or maybe they've been a little bit more middle of the pack. They've had like a couple of good runs or a good run. Nice blocks on both sides there. We're going back and forth here early in this one. The Wildcats kick it out for 3, and they got it. There's something about the Wildcat face. It just reminds me so much of Bugs Bunny. And it's so weird. So a couple of long distance shots for the Northwestern Wildcats to get us started here. 1-2 quick passes inside. California's look good on the interior. And that'll get them to 4 points. Friendly roll there. That looked like a 50-50 ball. The game's rolling dice in the background. It can make it. 6-4. We'll see if there's like, I don't know. So I reset the console every day that I record. It's the same like console cycle. Yesterday we had a ton of fouls, which we haven't had. I don't think we've had that consistent of fouls in any one singular part ever. Usually it's like maybe a game, and it's even if it's one game in a tournament, it's one team. There were a lot of whistles yesterday, so we'll see what what RN Jesus has in store for us today. Fouled on the way to the basket. Go to the line to shoot 2. Shot is up. Shot is good. Free throw. 2 for 2 from the line. California's had some active hands early in this one. It's created some turnover problems for Northwestern. A little bit of pressure in the backcourt. Again, it's not going to be, Louisville. There's only one Louisville. I think Michigan State in one of the games does run a full court kind of press situation. See if Northwestern, I thought maybe would be able to fill the lanes on the transition basket, but not able to do that. So Northwestern got out to a good start. They're going to go for the 3 again off the back iron. He get the offensive rebound, and the putback is good, so they knot it up at 8. Feels like a big basket for Northwestern. A couple of messy possessions in a row. They've given California an easy opportunity or two. See if you can slow down on offense, get into a rhythm, translate that to the defensive side. Unbelievably bad luck. It was going to be bad luck for one of the teams, and this time it was bad luck for the California Golden Bears. Formerly of the Pac-10, Pac-12, now of the, oh gosh, got to kick that out, but at least you fought through the contact and made the basket. There were a lot of Golden Bears in the area, 3 of them and only 2 Wildcats. Wide open Wildcat at the top of the screen. California now in the American Coastal Conference, the ACC. American Coast or Coastal, I'm not sure. Doesn't matter, it's a stupid conference for them to be in. It would have been kind of nice if Stanford and California had stuck it out for just a little bit longer while they tried to figure some things out. Backs in, fouled in the basket. You're not coming here for hot take opinions on the Pac-12's crumbling. I don't know, just ACC sounds kind of dumb. Big Ten's pretty dumb for USC, UCLA, Washington, and Oregon. Fires it up the floor. Northwestern, I like a little pressure in the backcourt. That's an offensive foul. Put a shoulder into the chest. They will turn the ball over to the Northwestern Wildcats, who have a 3-point lead, 13-10. About 4 minutes gone here. I did see that the Cougars actually won a game last night in the WCC tournament, which is pretty good. Good for them. Can't convert on the takeaway, or I guess the foul. And then we'll go back the other way. Into the corner, try to get the animation for the steal there. And it's, okay, great. It's locked up already. Thankfully, we didn't see a ton of this yesterday. So that is a positive. Throws it in. Shot clock winding down, and the tip in is good. Northwestern they had the angle on it, had the rebound, but just a bad jump timing, and then a good job by California to get up there and just a little tip in. Cut this down to 1. They are running it for the three-pointer, but it doesn't work. Kind of had it on the other side as well, but the pass is a little slow. Floater into the middle for the actual three-point specialist. Rolls around and kicks to number 1. Tries to find a little wiggle room down below, or down toward the baseline, but can't. But that pass is a little bit better. For some reason, the California defender bit up the floor. Still comes away with a hook shot points, and it's 15-12. Northwestern reestablishes their 3-point lead as it's 2 quick passes inside. So effective in this game. And it's right back down to 1. So very slow Northwestern possession. Previous time down the floor. I don't know if that's intentional. I highly doubt it. Good steal. Good active hands for the Wildcats. Nice block on the inside. The Wildcats are playing well on the defensive side of the ball. And you know what? I'm okay with that foul. I guess I'm not okay with foul number 2 for the center, which has been an issue for some centers in this game. It was Miami that just had like constant rotation of centers coming into the game. They get a little bit of a benefit that the second free throw was made. The Wildcats, okay, they're running a little bit more what Louisville does. It's just not as Louisville, it's not as good. I like that kick back out to the 3-point line. Oh my goodness, so many different things happening there. A nice job with the offensive rebound. I like the way California ran that offensive set. They were able to find a lane somewhere, as we see a timeout. Northwestern might have a player in foul trouble. We're all knotted up at 16 with 4:01 to go. Good first half from both teams offensively and defensively. There's been turnovers, takeaways, and steals and all that stuff. And offensively, especially with like the way the California ran that last set, really nice. They threw it inside, kicked it back out, tried to find a different shooter to get the defense kind of shuffling around, find a pretty decent open look. They get the benefit of the offensive rebound. A lot of things went very well for California there. They did miss the free throw, which was a touch unfortunate. They do bury the 3 there. 19-18, I believe California's first lead. Bounce pass inside. Oh, I like that a lot. Bounce pass, quick shot. Shoot it or get rid of it. The Northwestern interior defense leaves a lot to be desired. California's played well on the interior, in the paint right there, but Northwestern is so routinely out of position. It could be like team skill level or whatever, but it could also be just kind of weirdness with the video game. Shockingly, a game from 2004, not perfect. Bad looking three there. I don't know what that Wildcat was doing, thinking he was going to try and put that back. Bounce pass inside. Tipped, intercepted. Two quick passes inside, fall away and blocked. Tipped on the other way down the floor. California, 24 look. Wow, I can't believe he got that good of a. I can't believe they got that good of a look at the basket. Northwestern with a good response on down the other end of the floor. 23-22. Oh, that's just a nice move. That's a great move. That's one of the better offensive plays that we've seen. It really did pull the defender out of the way, even though there was no reason for him to do that. That is almost like the patented move that my brother would do. Might have to sue EA, get some royalties off this game. I don't know how much I bought it for. Hold on. Okay, just kidding. I don't have the box over. I don't have the case. I think it was like $9.99. I think I also already owned a copy of it. Gonna be real interesting when I go through and I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna try and like pull some of this down. You're like, oh, you have 6 copies of NCAA March Madness 2005. Well, I was trying to find one where Louisville might lose. They're 32-2. We have not used this. Was this on the GameCube? I don't think it was. I don't think there's a spot in the GameCube library where EA Sports titles stopped coming out, with the exception of Madden. Let me see if NCAA March Madness. Four Insomniac games got delisted, huh? Oh. VR titles. 3 for Northwestern's no good. We're under a minute to go here. NCAA March Madness 2005 console. Oh, that's a beautiful 3 from Cal on the other side. Okay, it was released. It was PlayStation and Xbox. Okay. Was 04 on the GameCube? That kind of makes sense, because I think NCAA Football 2005 was the last one that was on the console, which was unfortunate, because it was only unfortunate because that was a console that we had, which I'm fine that we had a GameCube. It sucks that like EA kind of pulled support early on that. Because the GameCube, whatever, it doesn't matter. Oh, come on, you got to kick that to the other side. Oh no, a foul on the shot. See also NCAA March Madness series games released. Whoa. There was never a March Madness on the GameCube. 3's left a little bit short. 2003 was on PS2. 2004, PS2 and Xbox. 2005, PS2 and Xbox. Wow. They never released... So it wouldn't have been... That would have been just PS2. March Madness 2001. Wow. I did not realize that. All right, so it's 31-25. California's opened up a bit of a lead as we jump into the second half of action here, and then we're immediately stuck in a bit of a glitch situation. Oh, it sucked. By the way, it sucked because NCAA 06 football had the Road to Glory, the first edition of that. They missed a dunk. And Northwestern is really struggling to get rebounds. in this game. They need some good possessions, and that isn't one because it's stolen away. Defense not in a terrible location, but does do enough to block to affect the shot. They block the shot. They dive out of bounds. A loose ball. What a mess. An absolute mess. Northwestern comes away with it, but not really because of their own ability. They got a generous animation from the Golden Bear diving. Bounce pass inside. Work it around. Kick it back. Dangerous cross-court pass through some traffic, but does find the friendly hands of a Wildcat. Number 11 comes up with it. You feel like number 11 in the center should probably be flipped there. Foul inside. Foul and the block. Good job to get a hand on that ball. Even though you've been called for the foul, just get a hand on the ball. Make sure it's not a three-point play. They can go to the stripe to earn the 2. And they do. So 4 points separate these two teams. This is what's been a good matchup so far. Northwestern has to settle down with some of their passing, and they need to do a better job on the defensive rebounding. California just needs to keep up what they're doing. They've done a great job with active hands with the passes against Northwestern's passes right on cue. It's a terrible pass by Northwestern, but take advantage of those mistakes and keep taking advantage of them. Blocked out of bounds, it'll say California ball. Oh, I did forget to give you the standings. Me and Let's Go are number 1, tied for first with 11 points. The Beeb and Baylor are in third and fourth with 8 points. We have one champion pick left. It is Baylor. I did forget to update that, but that's okay. It happens. There we go. There's a nice pass inside. Beautiful little bounce. Oh, good aggression from California. I love it. Good job by Northwestern's defense. Kind of recognize that and at least get in the way. Talked about it in a couple of games in the last, I guess in a few parts now, where it's like, if you could at least, hey, even if you give up 2, if you at least make the shot difficult, 3 blocks on 1 possession, and Northwestern takes just so long to get control of the ball. Kick into the corner. There's the spin, trying to do anything they can here. Throws it across court. Dangerous, especially considering that California's anywhere near them. Spinning, stuck, tip. They're picked. This Northwestern team is so turnover prone. There's too much clutter on the floor. You can see the difference. The California Golden Bears look good. And this is... Finish the thought. California seems like they're spreading Northwestern out, and it's giving them lanes to shoot the ball. Northwestern on the offensive side just seems really tight and clustered. This is also one of those games where you would look at it, and Northwestern is not taking advantage of the opportunities that California is giving them. California missed a dunk. California just missed a layup. They're launching a 3. It's no good. This is the time for you to close this gap. Take a lead. You're doing okay enough on the defensive side, and California's gone a little bit cold, but you're giving them too many extra opportunities to break out of that cold streak because you're turning the ball over constantly. Kick it back out to the three-point guy. No, spin, kick, way late. Good recognition by the defense off the screen. I did not realize that's who it was going to. Over a couple of defenders high off the glass and no good. We have hit a bit of a slop fest here between these two squads. Quick passes inside. California finally breaks the scoring drought. And it's with a one-handed jam, left-handed jam. They throw it in, they throw it out, they throw it away. Nice block inside. They are doing better on the interior. They made an adjustment. California did, especially pretty early in this game. And granted, it's been a while, but California had done a good job of making sure that they were getting, oh wow, fouled on the shot. It'll just be 2. But California had done a good job getting into the paint, finding nice easy shots. And Northwestern is leaving points on the free throw line with under 5 to go. 1 for 2, so they at least come away with something. Northwestern will make a substitution as they swap defenses again. California ball. Now they swap back to the other defense. So you just got an errant pass. That's the thing that you have been struggling with all game long. You finally get kind of a gift. You got to keep the pressure on California, make them feel a little discomfort. Almost just ran it out of bounds. And then just bullied through 2 defenders. Nice bounce pass inside. A little flip up and in. Spin for some extra flair. Okay, Northwestern. Here's maybe your best opportunity. You have to take advantage of this. Not to put too much pressure on you, but also kind of to put some pressure on, like, let's light some fires. Let's go. Mid-range 2. It's drained. 4-0 run. California aided by just running out of bounds. There was no reason for that. And with under 4 to go, we have a 3-point game. Nice kick to the point guard. Tries to kind of dribble in, but nothing working there. California has an open player somewhere. It's to the left of the screen. Everybody's dancing. I don't know what is happening. Shot is up, left short. Defensive rebound. Northwestern. Okay. So the bad possession, run out of bounds. A funky possession with the glitch. Northwestern. A little delayed on it. Kick it over. Other side. There's a 3. Tie game. We're tied at 37. Hey, let's have a fun one to start. We saw some absolute trash in the last video. Give us something to look forward to. Give us some fun. 7-0 run for the Northwestern Wildcats. Ties this game. 2 quick passes inside. Up and blocked. They can't come away with the loose ball. And the shot gets buried. 39-37. Quick passes inside into the double team. It's out of bounds. Northwestern ball. Okay. And stolen away. Okay. Northwestern, you were doing so well not doing that garbage. Foul and the bucket. Oh, goodness gracious. Northwestern has to fight so hard to get back into the game, and California just right down the floor. Left it short. That's good news for the Wildcats. As they throw it forward, gotta try to be a little more aggressive toward the paint. Defensive foul. A little reach in there. I think that's okay. Blocked. But a good job to recover the loose ball. Okay. Three. 3 seconds on the shot clock. 3-pointer is good. It's 41-40. A good one to start us off here for day number 4. When we're done with today's games, we will be halfway through March Mascot Madness. Thank you so much for joining me if you did for any part of it. I appreciate it. Because it is fun to do. All right. Fouled on the way to the basket. 1:38 to go. California buries it. Left it off the back iron. A little too strong, in Northwestern with a chance to tie or take the lead with a 3. Mid-range, left off the... right, I should say. Shot just looked bad from the jump. Now, we're in an interesting position here. They're only down by 1 possession. But the game does get a little bit funky. I think we're going to get yet another glitch here. Okay, they kick out of it. Long shot is no good. I thought that was going to drop. Northwestern, another opportunity to tie. 2 quick passes inside. Hook shot. No good. You can let this play out defensively. There's no reason to foul, though they might anyway because their game can be a little bit weird. Or just leave them wide open for a 3, but it's short. Oh, California. I kind of like the shot because it's your 3-point specialist and the Northwestern defense had kind of sagged off a little bit. Mid-range is good. 42 all. We applaud, not because we have Northwestern going to the round of 32. No, that's not right. Looked at the wrong part of my notes. Not because we have them as an Elite 8 pick. Out of bounds, Northwestern ball. We just want a good game, you know? Okay, for some reason that pass was real scary. I don't know why. Been a couple of times where California's made the rare mistake. Northwestern has not made them pay. I'm going to see if they hold on to this ball for the final shot. Do we have an overtime game for what might be the first? I think the first time this tournament. Oh, oof. Those cross-court passes don't work. They are so scary. For 3, no, not a chance. What a heinous shot. That was disgusting. California got the timeout off. Yeah, and they can't even... Ideally, like, you would huck that further down the floor, and it's just a very quick release. This game doesn't have quick releases. So we will head to overtime for a 5-minute overtime period. It's 42-42. I really did not like that last possession for Northwestern. There were a couple of really dangerous passes that were unnecessary. And then the shot that they ended up having to settle for was real bad and looked awful coming off of the hand. It was left the whole time. California wishes they had done that about 20 seconds ago. Could have been able to walk out of here with a win. Instead, it's just a small lead in an overtime period. Got him off the feet, kicked back, fires. They are just wild. Where was that 3 30 seconds ago? Both of these teams with baskets that would have won the game at the end of regulation, but California didn't get the chance. You figure that they would. They have been so good with active hands, picking the basketball off. You can see there's Northwestern right on cue. I don't know, just... Oh my goodness. The computer didn't see it. There was a player just coming through wide open. It would have been a wide open mid-range 2 instead of a contested 2 that ended up getting blocked because there were 2 defenders in the area. Fouled on the basket, but it doesn't go. Circus shot. 3rd personal foul, 3rd team foul. And we are all knotted at 45. Short on the 2nd free throw, and it's still the same score. Fouled on the other end. Neither team has been very good at free throws. Makes you nervous for a round of 32 game between both of them. If you're in a tight situation like this, can you put it away from the line? I don't think the game is quite as bad at that. We've seen teams, I think New Mexico really struggled from the line as well, but when crunch time showed up, they did start to nail those free throws, which can be honestly a little frustrating. Northwestern only goes 1 for 2 from the line, but still somehow manages to get the extra 2 points. So a 3-point play the bizarre way. And they led 48-45 before that last possession. Step inside the 3-point line, and that'll be a 2-shot foul. And you're starting to pick up some whistles here. Left it short. Just a bizarre play inside. Northwestern really should have had that. There were 4 Wildcats in the area. And with 2 minutes gone, we're right where we started. A tie game, this time 49-49. There's a 3 for Northwestern, and it looked like it was good. Got a better release on it. It was straight away instead of hard left or hard right. Into the corner. Tipped, no good. Finds a rebound. Going back the other way with Northwestern. Turnovers, California with 7, Northwestern with 11. That actually seems a little low. Good job by California to get out of that double team. I don't know, it's not like a near guaranteed steal, but that animation does tend to lose, or create a loose ball situation. Northwestern thought about it. I'm going to kick it to the other side. Blocked. Just an awful, awful look. It's a great closeout on the defensive side as they put up a little bit of fight on the defensive side, but I don't know. Northwestern just feels a little like they're just a half-second slow. The rotations feel a little slow offensively. They seem indecisive on if they want to shoot the 3 or not. And by the time they decide, the defender's right there. Nice job to get him up in the air. Friendly home roll drops. Back and forth we go. It's been a great one. 1:28 to go, and we're tied at 51. I love when I point out how long a game is, and then we get the overtime. Bounce pass inside, fouled on the way to the basket. I don't think any of these are bad fouls, just because neither team's been particularly good at going 2 for 2 from the line. Right on cue. So timeout Northwestern down by 1 with 1:17 to go. There's a 3 way left. Didn't even give an effort for the offensive rebound. I guess at least they were decisive, but it was... Oh, tipped. California comes up with it. We're going to probably get a foul situation. 15 seconds on the shot clock. They'll only be down 1 possession. It'll just decide if they need to get a 2 or a 3. I love that we're not seeing any fouls here. 3. Oh my goodness. Go Northwestern, go. Push the pace here. We are coming down to the wire in the overtime period. Center, or whoever's in the paint calling for it. And another dangerous pass from Northwestern. This is where it gets a little dicey. They get tipped. Oh, you needed one more quick pass on the inside. You're going to end up with kind of a funky shot here. Kick back out to 14. 14's got to go. It's tipped. They're not going to get a shot off. They lose because they tipped the ball again. California was so good at that all game long, and Northwestern just kept throwing it like absolute doofuses. Unreal ending. That is so unfortunate. That was both the end of the end of the second half regulation and overtime were horrible possessions for the Northwestern Wildcats, and they pay the price with a loss. 52-51. California moves on. Oh, brutal ending. Let's take a look at the stats, because it's going to be rebounds pretty even. Northwestern looked good with the assists, but the 10 steals, blocks were even, fouls were pretty even. 11 turnovers for Northwestern. Just 11 turnovers. So often the active hands of the California Golden Bears. 8 offensive rebounds is a problem. Though they did end up with 20 rebounds total, so it's kind of weird, 20 rebounds each. But a brutal end for California or for Northwestern, I should say. Great defense by California. It really should not be understated how good that defensive effort was and how good those defensive efforts were throughout the entirety of the game. Who will California play? Kentucky and Maryland is up next. I don't like the Kentucky Wildcats mascot. It's ugly. I like Maryland. I'm a little surprised that I did not pick them to go further. But I also picked Northwestern, so it was a tough choice for me. Regretting it now. But, we have a top 15 matchup here. Maryland and Kentucky as we get ready for game 2 of day 4. Bam. Just as a reminder, no one picked a winner outside of the round of 32 for this game, so I didn't write down who picked who because I thought it was just kind of one of those interesting games where you'll pick up a point if you get it right, but you're not really going to lose a whole lot if you get it wrong. I definitely know that I picked Maryland. The 5th Ninja Turtle falls down early, 3-0. Oh, fouled immediately. Centers have been picking up fouls in this tournament. Maryland leaves the front end off the front iron. Oh no, 0 for 2. That is not good for the Maryland Terrapins. And a defensive foul. They'll reach in there. I'm a little surprised to see. Kentucky makes more sense that they would be ranked so highly. They're kind of the, I don't know, what do they call them? The blue bloods of college basketball or some garbage. But Maryland is a little, I don't know a whole lot about Maryland sports, I guess, so maybe I shouldn't talk out of my butt. But it does seem like, hey, there's every once in a while, college is going to have like that one team, or that one year where like a Missouri is ranked like number 1. And you're like, what is happening here? Just a year where everything kind of works in their favor and things don't work in other teams' favors. And Kentucky's up big early, 6-0. I believe in the last game, Northwestern got off to a good start. Like the Terrapins being aggressive. And a nice little tip in there. So Maryland puts themselves on the board. 1 minute and 20 seconds into the first half. Mid-range is no good, and so Maryland with an opportunity to close this gap a little bit. One of the simpler courts we've seen. And just the Maryland, the M, and then the Maryland flag, I believe. Maryland really likes the flag as far as like the college is concerned. Some of the uglier helmets that you'll see for college football. It's like, oh, a nice job to separate the player from the ball. But that diving animation slides it out of bounds. Three for Kentucky yet again. They are living and dying by the 3. Possessions are either going +3 or +0. Kentucky with a bit of a full court. Okay, there you go. That's how you beat it. You definitely need to be more aggressive on that second pass. Like if you can get it past those 4 defenders that were in the backcourt, it is a 2-on-1 on the other side. So be aggressive with the second or third pass. Better job from the free throw line, and it's now 9-6. Driving inside, trying to find a little bit of a lane. Finds a pretty good look at a two, but does get blocked at the rim. Comes away with the offensive rebound. Or I guess I should say the block, the loose ball. Third team foul for Kentucky already in this one. A couple of them as they were going toward the basket. That one's just a reach in. Maryland threw a couple of defenders. It was a nice looking shot. I thought that was going to be well short, but got the friendly roll and drops it for two. Three for Kentucky is up and good. I believe actually that was just a two. Foot must have been on the line. Oh, nice steal by number 32. Kind of just stuck the paw out and able to come away with it by running the play for the three-point specialist. Buries it from deep, and it's Kentucky up still. I mean, they have not trailed in this game, but they are back up to a larger lead. This one 8, which I believe is their largest lead of the game. They were up 6-0 earlier, 9, maybe 9-2. I think maybe it was 9-4. Either way, if they can keep even just moderately, I guess warm would be the temperature. If they can stay warm from beyond the arc, I think they'll be in a good position. And they'll be even more dangerous if they can start to execute plays like that or continue to execute plays like that. Just nice pass inside. They haven't been creating a lot of turnovers. That backcourt pressure seems to be pretty get-throughable. As Maryland throws, there's some hands again. That was a bad pass. It was going to be a weird angle the whole way. Fights inside and off the right iron, no good. So the Terrapins now down 10 with a little over 5 minutes to go in the first half. Kicks. Oh, try to get a deep shot to go, but a little too strong on that one. Oh no, Maryland can't get the bucket to drop. It looked good. That was the shot you were looking for. And Kentucky's able to do what Maryland can't do on the other end. This crowd is very quiet. That is a 12-point lead, 20-8. This is why you really root for like such a good game. That's a nice block for Maryland, who still somehow almost gave up the offensive rebound or gave up the loose ball because everybody collapsed in on the play, and Kentucky did a good job to at least try and put a player in position. Oh my goodness. Just came out of nowhere for that. Throws it inside. Flips it up, somehow blocked. Hook shot. Maryland had a lot of opportunity there, just a long possession at least, and just can't come up with anything. Blocked and out of bounds, Maryland ball. That was an interesting little, it's kind of an interesting situation there. There was a Wildcat right on the boundary as a Maryland offensive player, or defender, excuse me, was diving out of bounds to try and get the loose ball. Maryland ball. Oh, they're going to have to kick up a three. It's a really deep shot. At least it's the specialist, but the shot was just very unlikely to look good from that distance. 20-8, good steal. Maryland has to take some of these possessions here and get some points. They don't have to get it all at once. They have missed 7 consecutive shots. They can't even make layups. That is how awful this team is looking early in this game. They are having trouble just getting, like, the simplest stuff to work. Let's see if he can go on a little run. Maybe close this gap to 5 points by the end of the half. That's a +7 over the next few minutes. Kentucky's defense is swarming. I thought the one player had the ball, but that got knocked down. It's just really rough. That should be, there's an easy 2. There you go, Terrapins. The 5th Ninja Turtle finally putting some points on the board. 22-12 here. 2:21 to go in the first half. Kentucky's had a great first half. Maryland's has been pretty rough. I think it's just more of a compliment to how good Kentucky's been. But Maryland's shown flashes. The problem is, defensively, they might be able to keep themselves in this game just as far as like, maybe they can make a run. Maybe they could try to cut it to X, Y, and Z numbers and make this interesting. But their offense has not been consistent enough to believe that, though they did just make that nice play off of the turnover. So leads down to 8. And they give up a wide open 3, but he can't hit the shot. So sometimes you just got to get a good break here and there. 2 quick passes inside. Tries to get through a couple of defenders. Comes away with a loose ball. Almost missed a dunk. Very weird sequence of events there. Nice block on the outside. Oh, a little too fancy with the ball movement there. I do think that the Terrapin recognized, like, hey, probably not going to get to the basket. Good speed on the left side of me where I'm going. So it's fair to try and slow it down a little bit. Nice pass inside. Foul on the shot, and it's going to be 2 from the line. There's that Terrapin's inconsistency again. Just can't really figure it out offensively, even though their defense is doing, or they are doing well defensively. Oh, 0 for 2. Holy moly. That was nearly an over and back. I have no idea why this Maryland player is here. There you go. Gotta get out of the way. Set a screen. I mean, just do anything that's not going to create a stupid turnover. It's a nice 3 for the Terrapins. May have sliced this all the way down to 3. Good job. I said +7. That's +9. I was going to say +5, but that was +7. Kentucky switching up their defense. That's a good way to, a good way to combat that is to get those missed free throws, force missed shots. See if the Terrapins can come up with a better final possession of the first half than either of Northwestern's final possessions. Ugh. 2 quick passes inside, tried to get it away, but nice job to recover the loose ball. They get the block again. I don't even know who do you give that? Just give one of them to each. One block to each of those 2 players. Wide open beyond the arc. Foul on the 3-point shot. We have an opportunity for a 1-possession game. 2-point game. But the free throws have been inconsistent for all the teams that have played so far today. Right on cue. Thank you, Terrapins. Thank you for making my point. I do appreciate it. That one is good. So 24-21, 2.7 to go. Maryland with an excellent job on that foul. Could you imagine if that was a foul? Okay, so Maryland got off to a pretty rough start in the first quarter of that, or the first half of that half, or quarter of whatever. But they did come on a little bit there toward the don't dive. But they did look a lot better in the last couple of minutes, and they've closed this down to a 3-point game. Out of bounds Kentucky ball. Not really sure what happened there. It must have been that the player tapped it, and then whoever was standing on the sideline touched it with their foot on the line. Bad start. Good start. Okay, bad start offensively, good start defensively. slow things down, see what's... Ooh, foul on the Kentucky Wildcats. That'll put the Terrapins on the line. Thought that shot looked awful, honestly. I thought that shot looked so bad. And they go 2 for 2 from the line. Boy, if they had just made that other 1 point, another free throw, I should say. 24 all instead. 24-23. Spins and flips and... Goodness, that looked like a miserable three-point shot. Fading to the right, disastrous throw. There were 2. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. One of the defenders definitely got caught in kind of like a where do I go from here, and then made the wrong decision. Or excuse me, at least reacted like a little too late, but when they tried to collapse in, that's an awful pass. Maryland absolutely collapsing here, but as the Kentucky was running up the floor, the defender pulled towards the three-pointer, but then decided to go in, but when they went in, they collided with the other defender and just gave Kentucky all the room in the world. Some really porous passing and bad offense for Maryland. And what was, a 1-point game? 24-23 is now 5? 28-23. Wow, Maryland with its 9th turnover. The pressure defense finally gets to Maryland a little bit. They've been pretty good about getting the ball up the floor. There is, I mean, obviously, I've said it time and time again. I'll say it time and time again. There is no team that runs that type of defense as well as Louisville. And there is a lot of teams just don't do very well against that type of defense. There's a 3 for Maryland. A little long. Rims out and no good. Defensively, they're doing a good job to keep themselves in it. And I mentioned that that would kind of be the thing. But would you believe them if it was like, hey, they need to make a run? Do you go, they can do it? Or do you go, they'll make it at least interesting, I guess? Foul on the inside. 3rd personal foul for the center, so likely they'll come out of the game. 2nd team foul of the half. The first free throw is good. 2nd free throw is no good, and they couldn't get the putback timeout. Kentucky. (28-24). So we've had a couple of games where, I don't know, this is a weird, like, dominant 6-point lead. We've had, you know, you look at that Weber State New Mexico game where you go like, yeah, New Mexico probably should get a little more credit for grinding through this game, but do you believe them in the next round? I think I would believe more in Kentucky than some of the other teams that we've seen win these games where they're not playing their best. They're maybe playing down to their opponent. Maryland just looks bad. And I think you would look at a 6-point lead with a team that's looked off throughout the entire game and go, ugh, why isn't Kentucky crushing this team? Why isn't this lead a lot bigger? Maryland's put enough of a defensive effort, but Kentucky's kind of survived those runs of points scored. I don't know. It's more interesting than you might think with how rough the game has looked at times. I feel like I was trying to sound smart there and then just absolutely lost the plot and was like, just keep talking and they'll figure out the sentence eventually. Maryland leads in blocks. That's a little surprising. Kick to the corner. No. Spins. Lost it. He'll slide out of bounds. Big break for Maryland. blocked. That's a terrible shot. It's a good position. I mean, it felt like Kentucky was getting so many blocks earlier. I was surprised to see that number was actually in favor of Maryland. Kentucky had multiple blocks on the same possession. Maryland's got to try and get this up the floor a little bit more. Okay. 6-point game. Mid-range shot is good. Down to 4. There's a 3 for Kentucky. They were good early from deep, and they are good now from deep as well. Oh, a brutal steal right at midcourt. Maryland's done a good job to at least make this game close. Oof, boy, oh boy. Someone just going right and left, right and left, right and left on the control stick. Goodness. (37-28) now. Oh, no. We see this from Louisville a lot. The game looks close, a couple of turnovers, and you're talking about, you know, a 4 or 5 point run that you don't even get over the line, over the half-court line. Oof, I thought that was going to be blocked, then I thought it might be good. Okay, Terrapins, what can you do here? 3:59. You have a couple minutes to try and close this in a little bit, and of course it's blocked. And they get another big bounce to go their way with a slide out of bounds. Oh, wow. Another big bounce that they aren't able to come away with that. That was a horrible pass. There's a big discrepancy in the field goals there. 37-30. Maybe that's their trick. Maybe that's the Terrapins. The Terrapins just stick around. They wear you down. They don't let you get too far out in front. Looked like that defense was pretty primed for 2 quick passes. Kentucky doesn't do a good job of pushing the pace there. They try to go back the other way. That's a big miss for Maryland. There's another opportunity for a 3, and he's fouled. Oh, a horrible time for a 3-point play from the free throw line. Shot 1 is good. Shot 2 is good. Shot 3 is no good, but they get the offensive rebound. It is 4 points the ridiculous way, and it goes from 7 to 11 in the blink of an eye. 3 minutes to go. I don't know. Maryland, I don't think, has the juice. They've been too prone to turnovers. Boy, oh boy, right on cue. Unbelievable. That's the second foul that they've had from beyond the arc. Are you kidding me? Maryland, are you kidding me? I am so glad I did not pick anyone out of this game matchup to get past the round of 32. Oof, I thought that was going to be another 4-point swing. You could go from 7 to 11 to 15 in a hurry. That's the little more the number that makes sense. 12 steals to 6. Maryland is just death by 1,000 paper cuts. They are making mistake after mistake. Crucial times. They're having a really hard time getting the ball in the bucket. And even when they make the shot, it's through a lot of contact. There's players in the way. Just a disaster. drive inside, spins and kicks. Number 22 shoots the three and nails it back out to a 14-point lead, or up to a 14-point lead. And that is going to just about do it. I do like the Maryland's UMD, which is a Universal Media Disc. You can buy, would you like to buy Volume 1 of Rob and Big Uncensored on UMD? You can do so at Game World. Available now, or the other day when I was up there. Unless someone bought it. It wasn't me. I promise. Good shot for Kentucky. Actually, we'll be using a PSP here on the channel sometime in the near future for Driver 76 and probably some other stuff. I like a lot of the PSP games have like the portable version of it, which I'm curious to check out. So we'll see, maybe we'll see some more retro PSP stuff on the channel. Also depends on what you can find. Oh, Maryland. Oh, they get the basket too. Maryland, you can't show flashes late. An 11-point game with 1:03 to go. It's just too little too late. You really would need some defensive stops here. Kentucky has no real reason to rush a shot. I guess unless you feel absolutely... there's still no reason. Okay, Maryland, there's a steal. That's what you're looking for. That's a terrible... That's where it gets weird in this game. And you saw it with Northwestern a lot as well, where they're just passing the ball way too much for little to no reason. And even sometimes when they are passing the ball, it's like, why are you spin throwing it into the crowd down near the basket? There you go. Maryland giving themselves a little bit more hope. There's still very little of it, but 9 points doesn't feel super wild. I mean, I like that they're not... Oh, they just missed it. There's a tip and a pick. I actually like that they've been going for twos or trading twos for zeros. That still chips into the lead a little bit. You have to have, obviously, some pace here, but... Thankfully, they didn't get too close to where they were going to start fouling. That's kind of a benefit for us here. That's okay. It's going to do that. 48 to 39. Kentucky wins this one, and they will move on to the round of 32. Yeah, don't really know if there's a whole lot to say about this one. Don't even really know if we need to look at the stats. It was Maryland just made mistake after mistake. Again, I think it's going to be an interesting defensive matchup. California was really good with active hands, poking the ball away, creating turnovers. Kentucky was pretty good about that as well. They had a lot of steals in that game. So I think that'll be an interesting matchup. Who can mitigate the turnovers the most effectively? And we'll see. We'll see how that plays out. That'll be game number 5 of the round of 32, day number 2, which will be next Monday. As for us now, we got to go to Oregon, for the Beavers. And the Beavers will be taking on the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets, EFG. Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets. Beavers, Bees, coming your way. Why is Georgia Tech number 6? That does not make any sense. Again, don't know a whole lot about mid-2000s basketball, college basketball. Basketball, just kind of in general, but... I keep meaning to look up the WCC tournament. Kind of some unbelievable news in the fact that Myles Garrett's actually going to stay with Cleveland. Hey, there's that old Oregon State logo. I kind of like it. I like it a little bit more. They did this like rebrand for Oregon State where it's like, oh, we're going to try and make a beaver fierce. And it's like, they're just stupid looking beavers. Just like let it look goofy. Doesn't have to, not everything has to be this like intimidation factor. Like, shut up. It's clean, it's sleek, it's modern. It's like, yeah, it's really boring. That other beaver kind of has a little bit of character. The Beaver here as well is one of the teams. It looks like it just kind of has a flat face for some reason. Ohio's one of the other ones. It's like, did you get run over in the parking lot? Like, what happened? What happened? All right, WCC basketball. Thank you. Georgia Tech on the board first, 2-0. Someone updating their Wikipedia right now. Scheduling results. There they are. Nice. Washington State dominated Loyola Marymount. Oh. Semifinals are on Monday. March 10th. That's tomorrow. Happy Mario Day, by the way. There's a bunch of games on sale. Georgia Tech quickly out 5-0. This is Maryland and Oregon State have both had some nice like clean courts. Foul on Georgia Tech. They'll go to the line to shoot 2 as I. Shots up, shot is good. So Oregon State gets on the board. And it is via the free throw. There's a team that did that earlier. I think. Took a little bit for them to get going. We've had, so far, all 3 games have ended up where the early lead has been for a team by 6 points. We had a 6-0 lead for Northwestern. We had a 6-0 lead for Kentucky. We have an 8-2 game here for Georgia Tech. So it's been some hot starts for teams in today's tournament. 11-2 now after they bury the 3. Oh, Washington State, San Francisco at 8 p.m. tonight. ESPN 2. Oh, that'd be really interesting. So the winner of Game 7 would play Gonzaga. So it could be Washington State and Gonzaga for a chance of with a chance to play for a WCC championship, which would be kind of wild. I think it'll be the only year that Washington State is in the WCC for basketball. The poor Pac-12. Like, I feel like obviously there's the levels of arrogance to it where they thought they were going to get a new TV deal and blah blah blah. But it's unfortunate. It's just a bummer because there's so many, like the Big Ten has like 20 teams in it, and it's just like that sucks. I don't want to watch. I don't want one of the storylines to be, oh, you don't have to play certain teams, so it increases your chances of getting to a title game. Play everybody. There's no reason for you to not to be able to play everybody. And granted, I'm talking specifically football, but that is why teams moved, was more for football than any other sport. Oregon State and Washington State are clinging on to the Pac-12. There's the Pac-2, which kind of sucks that like no one wanted to work with them. I kind of wish they would have just gone down to the Mountain West and just called it good there, but I really loved the relegation idea. I think it'd be fascinating. That would be a fun. I don't know if there would be a way to do that, like realistically, but be an interesting like college football sim. But those games are just so not. They're not built for things like that. They're not built. Those Madden, the current EA football games are not built for fun experimentation. They are the worst for that. 2K, great. The show, you could probably use a little bit of work, but there's a good shot for 3. But Madden is just so. Ugh. Anyway, let's be positive. Let's have a good time. 15-7. Oregon State buries a free throw. Oregon State doing a good job to at least stay within striking distance. I gotta maybe make these free throws look a little less panicky and scary. pass inside. The Yellow Jackets are just so large on the court. Flipped up and good, 17-9. Georgia Tech looked good offensively. They've been consistent. It's not like they ran out to, here we got 14 points in the first 3 minutes and then just nothing since. Nice block on the outside. Oh, and that shot is blocked. They somehow managed to maintain possession. The Beavers will go for 3 one more time. That one looks really bad. 5 consecutive shots missed, shooting an abysmal 22.2%. Nothing working there for Georgia Tech. Good break for Oregon State. See if they can get into a little bit of a rhythm here offensively. 5 minutes to go in half number 1. Throws wildly. That is... You know, I don't love the cross-court passes. It ended up with a bad angle. It's just a bit of a disaster there. Georgia Tech does a good job to knock it down for points on the other side. 19-9. You can know the results of that game before I do. By the way, talking about that Washington State game. I'll have this video done, recorded by the time that game even starts. Oh, and a turnover. God, an awful out of bounds there. 19-9. Okay, well, Georgia Tech does a dumb back the other way, so I guess call it even. That was such a weird, what a bizarre pass. Oh, and they're going to call it goaltending. Weird. What is happening? The last 30 seconds of this game have been absolutely bizarre. Nice move on the inside, I think, kind of maybe. Out of bounds, somehow Georgia Tech's ball. Must have been one of those funky, kind of weird blocks. These animations are so hard to read from our angle. Nice find inside. Georgia Tech pushes the lead out to 10. Under 4 to go. Love the kick there. Ran that play beautifully. We have a football score. 21-14. Georgia Tech weirdly far away from the baseline there. And they just kind of ran out of bounds. Okay. Georgia Tech hit their head, apparently, and they've forgotten how to play basketball. Oh boy, Oregon State almost immediately gave the ball back. I cannot believe there was another team that kept doing that. It might have been Missouri, because they were playing Louisville in round number 1, but when they throw the ball in to, like, they inbound the ball, and then they throw the ball right back to the inbound, but they're barely inbounds. Whew, that's wild. And even wilder is a foul beyond the three-point line. The Beavers are getting so many breaks to go their way. Weird Georgia Tech decisions, bad fouls on Georgia Tech. Not that they're ticky-tacker. I'm blaming the digital refs. I just mean that, like, why are you putting yourself in that position? I know you're just trying to close out, but I think sometimes you got to realize you're not going to get there. And I don't think this Oregon State team's been particularly strong from 3, so try to close out a little bit cleaner, I guess. This is a 6-0 Oregon State run. Is it 21-11? Oregon State brings the ball back up the floor. A little over 2 minutes to go here. Oh, I thought it was going to be a good look, but an excellent job by the Georgia Tech defense to get a block. An even better job to keep that in bounds. Really don't want to see that one go out of bounds. Georgia Tech fouled on this shot. And they'll go to the line to shoot two. First personal, first team foul for Oregon State, who for some reason is red on the background. And it should be that like orange on the floor. Number 13, they're trying to break through this defense. The ball is loose. It's going G-Tech's way, and it's good. Boy, they wore it all the way down, and it is right back to 10. That is the Louisville special. Multiple bad possessions to add up quickly. There's a three for Oregon State. Buries it deep. And they cut it to 27-20. And a common football score as well. That's a three for Georgia Tech. I left him open. I thought that was a surprising move, but I guess I get a little lucky that something kind of went weird on the back end. There's a nice little shot from OSU, and they have now put together a 5-0 run. If they could just stay in a little bit more rhythm, it doesn't have to be this exact thing where they're getting all the breaks to go their way and burying every shot, but if they could eliminate some of those really short possessions that go to really short effective possessions for Georgia Tech, I think that would be really big for them to be able to close this gap all the way instead of just getting it to 4, back to 10, getting it to 5, back to 10. Those are the games I talk about. We get kind of frequently in these tournaments. They can make a run, they can get it to a certain number, but once they get to that number, it's not going over. It's not gonna close that gap any closer. They're not gonna take the lead. They do get the foul, and a couple of buckets coming their way. And they're gonna make it a one-possession game for the first time in a while. At 27-24, 27.8 seconds to go. Oh, nice. Oh, they almost had it. They almost had that big change of possession that could have led to a one-point game. That's the basket go. No good. Okay. It was a 10-point lead for Georgia Tech, but Oregon State's done a good job to whittle it down to 3. And here we go. Half number 2 starts with an Oregon State possession in between a couple of defenders. I thought that was going to be blocked. I thought I was going to be annoyed and frustrated that they shot it in between 2 defenders. They tried to shoot, blah, blah, blah. Right into the outstretched arm of the defense. But unfortunately, Georgia Tech responds with a 3. But this is where Oregon State can start to get a little bit better. If they can try to, like I was saying, mitigate those mistakes, keep some longer possessions, don't give Georgia Tech the easiest buckets. That's a nice job there. Good bounce pass inside. Comes away with a couple, and it's a 2-point game. They almost got that Georgia Tech dumbness. We see that play surprisingly frequently. The inbounder throws it to a player running toward the sideline. They don't keep it in bounds. Going back the other way, though. Oregon State, opportunity to tie or take the lead with a 3. Bounce pass inside. Backs them down. Tries to drive toward the baseline. That got blocked. I think it's kind of the best case scenario for Oregon State. At least you get the shot off. You don't step out of bounds and turn it over without a chance at a bucket. That was an ugly looking 3. They went to the wrong side. The player to the top side of our screen was wide open for a deep shot. There's a nice find in the middle and a foul. And Oregon State opportunity to tie the game from the free throw. Oh, they called goaltending. I apologize. Goaltending on that one. Second goaltending of the day. I believe our first multi-goaltend offense. We've had multiple goaltending, just not by the same team. Oh, he's wide open. That was too easy. Oregon State defender, I mean, that's a really well set screen. The defender got caught on the cluster of people there, and animals, creatures, whatever. Nice try to get into the interior. I like that. I like that play. It was a good offense, better defense. Three for Oregon State is good, and they have a lead. That would seem like maybe their first lead of the game. 33 to 32. Thought they were going to trade threes there, but good job by Oregon State to close out. Kicks back out. This defense is smothering a little bit. Nice block. Going the other way. Beavers driving, kicks back. Good job to slow it down, but they didn't slow it down enough. Good hands by the Yellow Jackets, and we're going for a lead here. Spins, elevates, buries it. 34-33. Drives and kicks, drives inside, up off the iron, no good. So Georgia Tech retook the lead, 34-33. Rises and fires the three, and it's a 4-point lead. 5-point swing in favor of the Yellow Jackets. Oregon State could use some points here. Just get a basket, get into a little bit of rhythm, swing some of that momentum their way. That was not the plan. The plan was to get points, not throw it away. Bounce pass, inside, spins. Nice block by Oregon State into a terrible steal the other way. Oh, Oregon State just cannot. They get very Maryland in their inability to take advantage of some of the. Oh my goodness! Some of the bad bounces for Georgia Tech. Stepped out of bounds. They threw the interception. I mean, they're doing the Lord's work defensively to try and keep this game at 4 points, but it is taking so much effort for them. They're in the middle. That's a terrible shot. Defender was off his feet by the time the offense even decided to try and shoot the ball. My goodness, it's easy on the other end. 33-32, oh so quickly turns into 39-33. 7-0 run for Georgia Tech. Foul on the Yellow Jackets. First basket is good. That stops the bleeding just a little bit. And they're in an okay position. If you can just try and keep this close, that's a positive. It's not the positive, but they're going to get the foul called on them. Brackets up there on my screen, so I keep thinking that I'm further into the video than I actually am. Okay, back to 6, 41-35. Oh, stolen. Brutal. Some notifications cleared off here. Oof. 33-32, that was the score. Oregon had the lead. 11-2 run. That's a nice shot. A mid-range jumper. And a good job by Oregon State to try and keep that. There you go. Keep the game close. That's a timely steal. Great steal. Okay. All right. All right. There were 3 defenders on both of those shots. They're lucky they got the whistle, but my goodness. Gotta come up with better shot selections than that. There's 3 Yellow Jackets in the area. Someone has to be open. Rises and fires back out to 6. So Oregon State gets the foul and the free throws, both good. But Georgia Tech just makes it look so easy on the other side. A couple of quick passes in. There's still 2 defenders in the area. It'll stay Oregon State ball. 3 is up. It's left a little short. Try to cut the lead in half. But Oregon State's not in a terrible position. 3:45 to go is plenty of time. Nice steal there. Quick passes, flip shot up and good, 45-41. Nice block, good job, 5 blocks for the center. They can cut this down to a, what was that? They can cut this down to a 1-score game. Nice job to get out of that double team. Bounce pass back in, spins, another bounce pass back outside. In between 3 defenders, and that works about just as well as you think it would work. Okay, another steal, Oregon State. Doing some good stuff on the defensive end. That time they turned it into some points. Bravo. Good time for an offensive rebound for Georgia Tech when they get fouled. Go to the line for 2. The door is open for the Beavers. The door is still way open for the Beavers. Those are some big missed free throws with 2.5-ish to go. Basket and the foul. Beavers can go back up. I mean, they were down 9? No tip, no. Oh, they can't get the extra points. Instead, it is merely a 45-45 game. Hey, where have we heard those scores before? That's right, the first game of the day. And we all know how that one ended. Honestly, pretty miserable. It was a good overtime period. We've had some real bad overtime periods, so it's not the worst overtime period we've seen, but it is some of the more brutal final possessions that we've seen. With that much time, sometimes it gets a little frustrating when it's like 10 seconds and they whip it down the floor and it's like, the center has it beyond the arc. And you're like, no one wants this in 2004. Oregon State does not have interest in playing offensive basketball. Georgia Tech has missed. Georgia Tech has left 4 easy points on the floor. They should have a 4-point lead, a good lead. Foul on the shot. First free throw is good. Second free throw is good. 47-45. There's a 3 for Georgia Tech. No good. Oregon State now in control. And they have some clock to work with. They will probably take a shot or turn the ball over. Almost kind of both there. Okay, so they took 2 horrible shots and then got the ball stripped. Oregon State is one of the more infuriating teams that we've watched. They've shown some flashes, but it's just something about it is just so clustered. is the same thing when we were watching the Northwestern game. Northwestern just seemed like there was always way too much stuff happening in the same spot. It's not the most space in the world on a basketball court, I understand that, but something about the way that Georgia Tech, and if you go back to that Northwestern game, California was able to spread the floor. That should be easy points. They can't get it to go. Oh my goodness. Both teams leaving easy baskets on the floor. Timeout, Georgia Tech down by 2, 47-45 with 43 seconds remaining in this one. They almost turned that ball over. If they threw it to the other player, it probably would have been a turnover the other way. That's a good job by Georgia Tech to make sure that they're playing that out defensively. The three is up and absolutely buried. Wow. 48-47. Oregon State 3 for 7. 6 for 13 for Georgia Tech beyond the arc. And Oregon State obviously only needs 2. They can hold for the final shot here if they so choose. Boy. Oregon State and... Oh my... Oregon State and Northwestern are cut from the same cloth. Just absolute turnover machines. They should have one more opportunity here. Actually, 2 more opportunities if they can get a steal on the inbound pass. They don't. Georgia Tech hasn't been great from the free throw line, but I would imagine that the game will kind of kick into... Oh, we're good now. We understand free throws now. Both free throws good. Oregon State now needs a 3. Good job. I mean, I like what Georgia Tech's doing defensively. It's creating a little bit of havoc, and especially in a tight game like this, they forced Oregon State to work through their defense. They do switch now. They do have a bit of a cushion to work with. Oregon State has to go here. That was almost stolen. I guess they can still hold for the final shot, but they're going to have to fall. They're going to have to settle for a 3 at this point, and they are not giving themselves much of an opportunity. That's a 2. It's no good game. Oof. Oof. Georgia Tech 50, Oregon State 47. The California Northwestern and the Georgia Tech Oregon State endings have been 2 of the more brutal endings that we have seen. Plenty of time for teams to set up for not an awful shot. Oregon State didn't even take a 3. They were down 3. A 2 does nothing for you that late in the game. But just awful. 11 steals, 14 blocks for Georgia Tech. Georgia Tech, way too many shots that the Beavers just threw it into the hands of the defender. 14 turnovers, yuck. 14 for 34 from the field. Not great on the other side. 16 of 17 from the free throw line. Guess there weren't as many misses as I realized, or as I thought, but that's a tough loss. Tough loss. And we've already seen 2 of them. I guess at least California and Northwestern went to overtime, so. And Oregon State did exactly what I thought Northwestern would do, is just have like the worst turnover to end the game essentially, and that's what happened. We have an interesting one here. It is Tulsa, Tulsa. Tulsa, the Golden Hurricanes are going to go visit Duke, the last remaining former champion. Arizona State, I believe, lost. Arizona State. No, they won. Arizona State beat Gonzaga. That's correct. That's right. So Arizona State is a former champion. Louisville, obviously, a former champion. The Duke Blue Devils, the very first champion here in March Mascot Madness. They will tip things off against the Tulsa Golden Hurricanes. I think Duke is a popular pick. Let me pull my notes here. Yeah, Duke is a clean sweep, it appears. Sweet 16 for myself, Elite 8 for the Baylor and the Beeb. And then we have the round of 32 for Let's Go. So yeah, clean sweep for Duke. We have not gotten a clean sweep correct yet. Kind of feels like it kind of curses Duke a little bit. Duke has one of those funky shot clocks. Oh god, shot clocks that is to the side of the backboard. Usually they are in the center, but this one is off to the right. Stanford also has one of those types of hoops that hang from the ceiling rather than on the floor. Blocked and knocked out of bounds. It's our fourth game of the day. We'll take a little break after this. Well, I'll take a little break. You won't have to wait anywhere or at all. We will get you caught up on the score, or the standings, I should say. Ooh, boy. This is an ugly 38 seconds, okay? Tulsa's got some active hands. They're doing a good job deflecting the ball here and there, but yuck for both. Nice job. Nice steal. Back outside. Number 24, deep three. Nothing doing there. We are scoreless through the first minute 15 here in Duke. And it remains that way through the Duke possession. Tulsa, Duke. Pretty good rotation, and Tulsa is up 3-0. Finally putting some points on the board. Played not the cleanest run, but there was still just enough room for the Golden Hurricanes to pop and drop a three. Has to run it inside, but can't find the bucket. Tulsa's defense looks good. I didn't even realize it was two caped players. My goodness. Edna Mode would be infuriated. But you didn't even know that that existed. When did this game come out? NCAA March Madness. Not release fates. Date. Oh, did this actually come out November 16th? Ooh, I don't think you would have known that. I think The Incredibles release date, I think it's Thanksgiving 2004. No, it's November 1st, 2004. Whoa, you would have been able to make that reference. Release dates November 5th. It looks like is the release date in the United States. The movie is an hour and 55 minutes. That also might have been for the video game. Well, no, I looked at, that's, okay. The video game might have come out on the 1st, and then the movie would have come out on, like, the Friday. Whatever. The point is, no capes would have been very popular lingo in 2004. No capes! But all Edna Mode. Not, The Incredibles might be my least favorite Pixar franchise. It's Cars. Nice three by Duke. We have a 7-5 game. Teams finally understanding how to throw the basketball around. I think Duke played Baylor in one of the very first games. I think it was in Baylor. I don't know how many times we've been in Cameron Indoor Stadium. If they win, they'll be the home team taking on Georgia Tech. Or we'll go to Tulsa to watch the Golden Hurricanes play the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets. Pass inside, foul, and the circuit shot is no good. Go to the left there. Free throw up and good. Cuts it to a 3-point lead, I believe, 9-6. Deflected and out of bounds. Tulsa maintains possession here. 4 minutes into the first half. Bit of a slow first half. It is daylight savings time today, which is not my favorite. Actually, kind of sucks. Shot is up. It's no good. Three is up. Three is buried, and Duke takes the lead. 10-9 over Tulsa. It feels like that was only a matter of time before. It was only a matter of time before Duke kind of started to get into a rhythm, make some shots here. A little bit of that Tulsa kind of, they come out with an energetic start. Once Duke settles in, is this where they start to kind of take over? I mean, clean sweeps have not done well for our bracket picks, as Tulsa is up and good. Tulsa, I would bet is one of the least decorated teams. The least decorated teams around. I just don't think that they perform particularly well. Just a fire and get him off his feet. One defender went for the ball. The other defender just kind of stood there. It's a good defensive stand for Tulsa after the three-pointer, but good defensive pressure by Duke. Lost track of where he was on the floor, and the Golden Hurricanes turn it over after the positive defensive stand. Rises, fires, left it short to center with a nice offensive rebound and puts it back. We're knotted up at 12. Nice little mid-range jumper gives Tulsa the lead by 2. Or returns the lead to Tulsa. Oh, there it is. Easy buckets. That's exactly what you're looking for if you're Duke. The one defender kind of saw it and was trying to recover, but the other defender was in the way. Just a kind of a messy exchange there for Tulsa. Ooh, stolen. Tip stolen, thrown forward. No good off the left side, but somehow they come up with the offensive rebound, and it's jammed home. 4-0 run by Duke gives them the lead by 2. 3.5 to go here in the first half. Bounce pass inside. 44 backing them down, looking for some wiggle room. Had an opportunity maybe to bounce pass. There's a nice pass outside. It's a little late though. Also really likes having players near the perimeter. A lot of bodies out near the three-point line, and just not a whole lot to work with, you know. Duke hasn't quite looked as dominant as I thought they might turn out to be. I don't know if they're just having kind of that off game. I mean, we've already seen one very large upset just from like the base game of who is playing. It's, you know, Kansas is number 1. They get thumped by Cincinnati. Duke not really looking to become another top-ranked team going down to an unranked, admittedly, probably lower team. They're probably, I believe they're in the AAC now. But things have changed so much over, 20 years that it's hard to tell. Stolen away. It was a really nice move. Did a great job to get around the defender. Duke is starting to take over a little bit here. It's a 7-point lead, a 9-0 run. It was 14-12. And Tulsa just has not been the same basketball team. I think this is a little more what you expect from a game like this. Duke should be beating this team. Do I need to go in, make all the rosters 99s for everybody? Maybe. Maybe there's a month where it's research month, and I dress like a scientist, and that's all we do is we just run what is happening with the Tulsa defender down below. What is going on? There's a friendly home roll, and that is in a 9-point lead, 11-0 run. Tulsa gets at least a good look at a shot. It's a really deep two. Maybe just take that half step back, try to get the three. We're going to go that deep. Might as well try to get the extra point for it. A reach in is called. Duke is up. Man, I don't think you can't do that. Another personal foul. Granted, you know, first personal, no big deal, but it's starting to... Couple of quick team fouls. I don't think it'll matter here. It's still a minute to go in the first half. Duke started very slow. They've looked better over the last few minutes, and then they are on an 11-0 run at the moment. Kicks inside, kicks back outside. Trying to find some room to work with. Deep three for Tulsa, no good. Duke rebounds. Shot clock is off with 30 seconds to go in the first half. There's a nice three for Duke, but it's just a little too strong. Set the double screens for the three. It's up. It's so good. So I don't know how bad that, or where exactly the run started, but it was a pretty abysmal finish to the first half for the Tulsa Golden Hurricanes. They do get the advantage of starting with the ball here in half number 2. See if they can get into any sort of rhythm here offensively. It's a 9-point lead. It's not insurmountable in 10 minutes, obviously. And, you know, kind of a dumb comment, but it also looks like a team that really struggles to come up with points in bunches. If they go cold, it's going to be bad. Their defense has done a good job, or they have done a good job defensively to at least keep Duke off the board a good chunk of time to leave this game within reach. Or I guess within reach of being within reach. Halo reach. Being within Halo reach. There you go. Nice right hand finish and a good little 4-0 run to start the half here. Also did start on the good side, on the positive side in the first half. And Duke was a little slow coming out of the gates. But once they got going, they started to look real good. Nicely done. Not exactly sure if that was a block or an errant pass or what. The players came up and the other team came down with it. That's a beautiful pass. They do get it to drop. I thought it was going to do that thing where it's going to bounce off that right side of the rim and fall out. Instead, it drops clean, and it's 23-20. Bounce in. Foul on the shot. The circus shot does not drop. It's up and good. Second free throw is no good, so still just a 4-point lead for Duke. Slice it down to that one possession difference. Oh, double team. Almost separated him from the ball, but didn't, and they stepped out of bounds. It was a dangerous pass. Looked like it floated like a little right on him, so when the defender jumped to their left, came down, and it was just, there was no room. Stepped on the boundary, and Duke got to be able to... Oh, they left it off the front iron. I can't believe that basket was short. Duke has had a couple opportunities now to really take control of this game. They missed the free throw. They missed a couple points right there. Defensive foul. First team foul, first personal of... Or for number 4, I should say. Nice kick. And fires for 2. Tulsa slices it down. Cut that lead in 50%. 24-22. Oh, there's the wide open three. That's what you're looking for if you're Duke, and it's the shot short. Bounce pass inside. Spins. Back out. Back in. Got some room, but really good job recovering by the defense, and they are out and running. I really needed to throw it just like a little, just throw ahead. Duke had an offensive player in a good position to get an easy bucket. Bounce pass. Spins, shoulder in, and dunks it home. Slamma, jamma. 26-22. Closer than the experts think. Closer than I thought it would be. I kind of thought Tulsa was getting to a point where it was going to start to be a runaway Duke game, but Tulsa's done a good job. A really strong start to the second half. They're starting to fall apart a little bit now. That's an excellent defensive recovery on their side. Now Tulsa's trying to push the pace. 1-on-3. Slides back out. Oh my gosh. Turnovers. Driving inside. Oh no. Oh, that is awful. You can't have that kind of a play on an inbound pass following a made shot. That is abysmal. The dunk is in, and it's a 10-point game. 8-0 run by Duke. Just as I was saying, hey, closer than the experts thought, closer than I thought it was going to be, blah, bitty, blah, bitty, blah. Absolutely jinxed them, and oof, oh gosh. Off that front iron, no good. And it could start getting ugly quick here. Stowaway dove out of bounds, no. Out of bounds. Duke ball. I like, at least trying to go for that loose ball. Fouled on the three-point shot. Oh, good God. Third personal for setter number 41. Duke does them a little bit of a favor to make sure that the damage isn't too bad. Second free throw is up and good. Third free throw. So 1 for 3 from the line. Pretty bad for Duke. Pretty bad by Duke. But Tulsa also, what do we do? Why are you fouling beyond the arc? Also, this is like a clean sweep that's looking in favor of everyone, so that's a positive. Is up, 3 is good, cuts the lead down to 8, 33-25. Let's see if Tulsa can do anything over the next couple of minutes. I don't want to give like a time limit of if you get to X then Y or whatever, but get to X and Y. But it will be interesting to see, like, just can they close a lead? Can they nope. Beautiful spin move. And an excellent layup. And the lead back out to double digits. 35-25. Tulsa with a kind of sneaky bad point total at the moment. I think you look at it and you go, they're only down by X because, they're playing Duke. But I don't think Duke has had their strongest types of games or type of game yet. It'll be interesting to see what Georgia Tech, if Duke is able to win this game, how does Georgia Tech look against them? 37-25, a 12-point game now. Tulsa loses the ball, but Duke does them a favor. That dive out of bounds animation is brutal for a team, especially granted Duke is up by 10, but or 12, excuse me. But when you're down and you're trying to get that one like turnover that can kind of spark something, that's pretty brutal. Tulsa though, good job to keep the I don't know how did that qualify as a make? How? Pass inside. Steals. Fouled all the way to the basket. You can't be doing that. All right, 1 for 2 from the line. 9-point game with 3:35 to go. I think now you can kind of look at, can you get it to 5? No, you can't. No, you can't. 39-20. I mean, I think this is starting to become less of... This is 2 not great teams. Or 2 at least real bad performances. I don't... Tulsa feels like they're probably playing to where they should be. But Duke feels like a team that should be running Tulsa out of the gym. They've not even put up 40 points. Now they have. I think at the end of the day it'll probably look okay, but Kentucky put up 48, I guess, 52, we got a 50. It's been a slower kind of grinded out game. Left a little bit short. Duke hustle points, second chance points, and fast break points. This game is it's pretty bad. I feel like I have jinxed Tulsa twice now. Can they make this interesting? They end up giving up a big run. Can they get this lead down to 4, down to 5 with a couple minutes left? Like, oh God, that's a disaster. Just bad. Just really, really bad. Nice block by Tulsa. If you're somehow able to take maybe a couple of possessions away from... You're able to take a couple of the possessions away from Duke and maybe make it a 39-32 game. That shot could have been huge, but even saying if you subtract points from Duke, they still threw it off the back of the backboard somehow and turned the ball over. Just a disgusting display from Tulsa here. They've at least played. They've played tough. Center takes the 3, no good. Tulsa will bring it up the floor. Down to a minute. Ugh. Okay, stolen away. Poked away by Duke. Oh my goodness. Steals back and forth, loose balls all over the place. Why are you trying to foul? Why are you trying to reach in? What are you doing? Just accept your defeat. Accept your fate. 43-32. Tulsa gave Duke a little bit of a run for their money. It was a more interesting game than you would maybe assume. Well, they took a timeout too. Oh, that was the end of the game. Okay, never mind. Jeez, for some reason I thought that was a timeout. 43-32, your final. Duke takes down Tulsa. Like I was saying before I was so rudely interrupted by the game. Tulsa gave Duke a little more of a run for their money. They don't do a great job at kind of finishing some of those runs. And they let Duke get hot a couple of times. I feel like I jinxed them unintentionally, but sometimes that happens. It's, I don't know. It's a bit of a tough loss, but a clean sweep for us. So that's a positive. There you go. First clean sweep victory, I believe, of the day or of the tournament. Of course, I've been taking notes a little bit differently over the last couple of rounds. Speaking of results, let's check the predictions before I get out of here for just a moment. It's a quick pause in the YouTube video so you don't have to worry about it. Let's Go has taken the lead with 14 points with a score potential of 114. I've fallen to third. Gross. The Baylor bracket has climbed all the way up to second, 13 points. They have a score potential of 119. I am just behind with 13 points and a score potential of 117. And the Beeb, she's sticking around. 11 points with a score potential of 109. So only 3 points separate the teams. We have 4 games left here for the rest of the tournament, for the rest of the first round, I should say. And it's a big one. It's big for me. It is the Wisconsin Badgers. I believe they are the away team. Hold on. Yes. They will be taking on the Texas Longhorns. That'll be the game that happens when I get back in just a second for you fine folks on YouTube. While we're at the halfway point, I'd like to remind you to subscribe. Please consider subscribing if you enjoy this. And if you haven't subscribed already, ring the bell down below if you'd like more videos from me. I'll be back in just a second with Texas and Wisconsin. Wisconsin, by the way, is important because it's my Final Four pick. Come on. Go Badgers. And with that, we're back. Texas taking on Wisconsin. I forgot to put my headphones on. It was a good break. Munched on some Soon chips. Took out the garbage. Had a little air. All right. Another game ready to commence. Top 20 matchup in Texas. This one is randomized. Though you might think it would be. Well, I guess you don't really necessarily know me. You don't know me and my entire history, so. I'm a Wisconsin fan. I like Green Bay. My brother used Texas typically when we would play NCAA football 2001. So this would feel like a hand-picked matchup of like, hey, here's some teams. But no. The basketball gods smiled on us. This one's big for me. I have Wisconsin in the Final Four. Which is kind of a reminder to myself. I love that we are separated. We have 4 games left. Nice spin moves. Big 10, Big 12. Now would be Big 10 SEC. As Wisconsin's on the board first. We have 3 points separating first place from last place right now, and only 4 games remaining here in the first round. I think the success has been better here in the bottom half of the bracket, I think. Especially for, like, the Baylor bracket is a good example of a bracket that really struggled. That first day went 1-7. Second day wasn't a whole lot better, but it was better. I think maybe it was like 4-4, maybe. But I think it's good that we're here. We have some moves that could be made. Champion picks are all still in so far. We got a big one. South Carolina, Baylor coming up next. And a bit of a slow start for both teams. As Bucky and Bevo, B versus B. Bevo ties it up 2-2. Nice block by the Texas Longhorns. So this one is me. I have Bucky, or the Wisconsin Badgers, in the Final Four. The Beeb has them in the Sweet 16. Texas must have a couple of picks in there. I've only been noting like Sweet 16 and beyond because I feel like that's where the points kind of start becoming a little more important. But like if you picked it to round of 32, it's not super. Also, I guess you could look at the bracket, and technically that would be spoiler-ish. Out of bounds, I guess would be spoiler-ish. First couple of minutes, a little sloppy play there by Texas on their last offensive possession. Just walked it out of bounds. Wisconsin leads 4-2. Stolen away and fired forward, so they make up for it on the defensive side. A little bit of that bonehead offense play, and then they get a really nice run inside. Looks like it's going to be it'll be a foul. First team, first personal. The shot is up and good. It'll be interesting to see how much progress can really be made here by the end of the first round as far as the brackets are concerned. Everybody picked Baylor, which is the game that's coming up next. And then I differ from the Baylor bracket on the UConn-Georgetown game, and then Stanford's a clean sweep. So the Beeb wouldn't theoretically be able to take first place because she's also with me with the Wisconsin pick. So she could pick up a point if we differ on... if we were to have differed on Georgetown and UConn. She'd be able to pick up like a point, but could I pick up a point on someone else? I could take the lead on the Baylor bracket. That's where I think it starts to get like kind of fun, but it's also a lot of like if then this, and I think it makes a lot more sense when it comes down to these final couple of games. But it also doesn't really matter a ton because it is these games are just worth 1 point. Not like shrug the shoulder or whatever. Shrug the shoulder. Bounce pass inside. 4-4 game here with a few minutes gone. Power jump step in and knocks the Badger back. Slammed home, and they will take their first lead of the day. I believe. Yeah, Wisconsin started, so I don't think we've seen any threes. Fouled on the shot, and it'll be 2 from the line for Bucky Badger. Shot is up, shot is good. And that will tie us at 6. It's interesting that we do have we have 2 clean sweeps here in the back half of today's video. So they realistically, like, depending on some, could end up with like a 3-way tie, 1 point out for the third or fourth place person. There is the 3 for Texas, 6-9 the score. Bounce pass inside. Little float hook, no good. Looked like it was just a little bit to the right of the basket. And Wisconsin putting a little bit of pressure on Texas. Oh boy. That is an offensive foul. That is the weirdest, most inconsistent call. We have the ones behind the backboard, but sometimes that's offensive, sometimes that's defensive, sometimes it's just a turnover. Wisconsin's able to take that offensive foul on Texas and turn it into points on the other end to make it 9-8. Longhorn's not a great shot. Slow to get up. See if that Longhorn comes back into the picture here. It is 5-on-4 for the Badgers. There they come. Kicking it into the corner. Big 3 for Wisconsin. Buried, and it's a 2-point advantage for the Badgers. Don't want to see anybody injured here in the March Mascot Madness. Working it around. Working it back around. Kicks. They just look like they were just run a little bit slowly or picked up on pretty slowly. 3 is up, 3 is no good. There's a nice little 2, and it's a friendly bounce to drop. 5-0 run here for the Wisconsin Badgers, who trailed by 1 a little bit ago. Oh, I don't think it was a 3, but it's a funky foul. An outside shot. First free throw is good. The second free throw is good. Cut the lead down to 2. 4:25 to go here in the first. That was a nice 3 for Wisconsin. I like the way that shot looked. Stepped into it and got it off cleanly before the defense could get there. Looked like Texas almost just ran the ball out of bounds. Those are some of the worst turnovers. I'm a little surprised that that shot was as contested as it was. Texas had the step, had the time, but for whatever reason, just it seemed like the shot animation they got was a kind of a bad roll for them. Bad dice roll. Blocked, rejected, going the other way. Texas driving, slam, no! I don't know what happened, if that's a block or just a rim injection, but should be a 1-point Wisconsin lead either way. Bounce pass inside, blocked. Going back the other way. Bounce inside. There's that power step. I like that, you jump in, try to clear some space. Try to get the shot up and taken care of quickly. Bounced inside, blocked. Going for the circus shot. Some good defensive plays here. The offense, neither offense has been executing super well. It feels like it's been a mix of bad offense and good defense. I think the good defense has won out for the most part. But there have been a couple of times on both sides where it's like, that shot shouldn't have been that difficult or that contested. But defenses on both sides have done a good job to, mid-range 2. I can't believe they missed that. Wide open. Might have rushed it a little bit, just put a little too much mustard on it. And they come away empty-handed on a clean look. All the clutter and commotion was down toward the bottom of the screen, and then a wide open 2 misses. Texas finally gets some points on their side, and they cut the lead down to 1. Shot fading to the right. Don't love the look. Faded to the right, shot it to the left. Just a lot of clutter. That was a disaster just waiting to happen. That was a really bad throw. What in the world? Wisconsin did a really good job. It was so cluttered, so chaotic. Those cross-court passes are so dangerous for the offensive team. It was a good piece of defense from Wisconsin Badgers yet again, and then just an errant, bizarre throw. And this game is a little wacky going both ways here. Pass inside, center spins, lifts and drops the bucket over a couple of defenders there. 18-17. Nice kick inside, couldn't get the finish. Defense provided just enough pressure to alter the shot. Texas with an opportunity for the lead down there, this time down the floor. Faded to the left and buried it. 19-18, under a minute to go. Strength of both of these some of these defensive possessions, I think have kicked. I mean, you would look at this score and go like, 20 points, that's like right on the edge, 19, kind of right on the edge of those bad offensive performances. But both teams have had good defense at times, and I think you kind of excuse that. Like, there's been some bad offense, and there's no excusing, not excusing that, but there's no ignoring that. But Texas and Wisconsin defensively have put themselves in great positions at times. Texas again doing it, stripping the ball. They come away with it. They're burning a lot of this clock here. They'll end up the final possession of the first half. They will actually get a foul, so Texas will have a little bit of time to work with. Second foul. Ooh, that's a bad time to pick up foul number 2. Wisconsin gets the first one to drop. 2 seconds. So close to the end of the first half. Just take the one personal foul into the break. Texas aggressive. No time comes off the clock as it's turned back over to Wisconsin. Oh, and they get it on their side of the floor, so one more shot. That got blocked. So there's the good defense. There's a good defense to avoid going into the half down. Down by 3 rather than just by 1. Forgot it was Wisconsin lead there for a second. 22-21 as we start the second half of action with a flashy alley-oop. Love the look here. Didn't even have to look at him. Knew exactly where the ball was going to be, and it's a 3-point lead just like that. And a bit of a better start for these teams here in half number 2. So a little slow. Again. Texas frees themselves up. It's a deep 2. There's a 3 for the Badgers off the front iron and defensive rebound. Texas. Stolen away. Nicely done by the Badgers. 2-on-1, kind of nice block chase down from the Texas Longhorns. And as soon as I complimented these teams for having a bit of a better start, I mean, there's that good defense. That's the angle we need to look at it from. Excellent chase down block. Nice 3 by the Longhorns. 26-24 Texas. Around for the 3-point specialist. The Badgers have it up, but it rattles around and drops. Wisconsin back out front. Trying to slice and dice through the defense. Good, crisp passing. Feels like a thing that we haven't seen a ton of in some of these games. Northwestern. I could try and do kind of a general catch-up here at the end. Most people have at least... Everyone still has a champion pick in there. That was a horrible noise, by the way, and I'm sorry. Most people have the champion pick still in. A lot of the Final Four contenders are done, so maybe we kind of look at some Elite 8 matchups, see kind of who we need to keep an eye on. Might be a better... Oh, goodness gracious. The 3 and the foul. Second personal. First team foul was Texas now up 4. And they go up by 5. 32-27. They're going to change up their defensive look a little bit. Put some pressure on. See if they can stretch this lead out a little bit further. Not my favorite kind of full court defense. Wisconsin dribbling unnecessarily closely to the midcourt line. Looked like they wanted that 3-point play, but I don't think they had the guy. It's from the free throw line, and that's a good basket. I didn't really even consider that. Like, hey, we can take a look at it. But we can also set up the round of 32 a little bit better. It's a work in progress. You always get better. You're never going to be better on your first or your 7th try, or your best, or whatever. What? 3-pointer, Wisconsin. Couldn't tell. I like the kick to the corner 3 that Longhorns calling for the ball out of bounds. Hey, me, I'm open. Of course you're open. You're out of bounds. What? They're going to run that 3-point specialty play. No one saw it. Oh, that gave Wisconsin all the time to get there, but it didn't matter. Texas buries it from deep. 35-29. Wisconsin nearly ran it out of bounds. almost like just playing like a little too wily. Fights through, gets the circus shot to drop. Quick passes inside, hammers it home. Lead back out to 6. 12 for 25 versus 14 for 22. That would be, that's a great reason why Texas would lead by 6. Quick passes inside, jammed home that time by Wisconsin. Quick passes inside, stripped. Nicely done by Bucky Badger. We don't usually see that a lot. Like, those quick passes usually give the offense the advantage. There it is. They're trying it again. Spin. Oh, they were going to call that as a goaltend. Yeesh. Not a great defensive. That was a funky goaltend because it was a funky shot. So I feel like you would look at it and go, well, the basketball was kind of going down, but it never really had much of an arc on it to begin with. Probably semantically a goaltend, but I don't know that you feel good about it as far as the spirit of the rule. Quick passes inside. Wisconsin they're having a little trouble defending that consistently. And then I think Texas is doing a better job at it, but Wisconsin also just a really bad possession last time down the floor. Looking for an opportunity to tie the game. And that's a block by Texas. Somehow comes away with it, and then somehow with 2 defenders in their face burying the basket. 39-38, good back and forth game here. Both offenses feel like they're clicking a little bit more, and we're seeing better offense, and the defense just kind of getting beat. That's what a mid-range jumper to give the Longhorns a 3-point lead. Kick it back out. Texas is swarming this Wisconsin offense with double teams. Nice block by Wisconsin. Badgers opportunity to run it out. Layup is up and good. Came into the picture a little bit late, but if that shot went in, that would have been absolutely wild. I thought that was going to go off the side of the backboard. That angle was not kind. Ooh, that one gets blocked. Texas comes away with a loose ball. Good defense there by the Longhorns. Under 4 to go here in the second half. Spin move, nothing, but gets the offensive rebound. Blocked. And Wisconsin finally comes away with the loose ball. It's 1-on-2. They're not really going to be able to split the defense. Gets the foul call. Go to the line to shoot 2. Sign of a dying whistle. We are all knotted up at 41. Wisconsin very methodically erasing a 6-point deficit. Leaves the second one a little short, which is unfortunate for them. They can't take the lead. But we have a good one set up here for the final 3.5. There's another block on the Wisconsin defense. 3 for Wisconsin, no good. Offensive rebound, put back, no good. Excellent defense. They're going again. 3 shots in 1 possession. Finally comes away with 2 points. Texas was in good position there a couple different times. Just couldn't get the loose ball. A couple teams have had that trouble. They've looked good on defense. They've been able to get hands on the ball, force bad shots, all that stuff. There's a 3 for the Longhorns. The tip-in's no good either. Oof. But they just, there's some level of trouble of getting a hold of that loose ball. Nice steal. Only a couple of turnovers for each team this half. Jams it home. And Texas knocks things up at 33. 43, excuse me. I was at 33. Man, what a low-scoring bad game. No, it's 43-43. 2 quick passes inside. It'll stay Wisconsin ball. I was a little surprised by that. I don't know if that was a block or off the bottom of the rim. That's where it gets so tricky. There's a 3 for Wisconsin, well short. Not really sure why they took that. Definitely not a clean look. I think if Wisconsin loses here, I am out of Final Four teams. Or with the exception of Alabama. My champion is still in, which obviously means they make the Final Four, but it's as far as like a team. Oh my goodness, what is happening? Okay. All right. You know what? Whatever. That was very weird. That's the first time I think I've ever seen that. All those players just in the area. Wisconsin's able to turn the turnover into points. Number 54 coming alive here in the second half. 8 points compared to just 2. Minute 45 to go. 2. Not really quick. That's a jam. 12, 6, and 2. We're knotted at 45. No, almost stole it away. It's a terrible pass. Great read on the defensive side of the ball to see exactly where they wanted to go with that. And Wisconsin throws it right on the center, right on the midcourt line. It's just an unnecessary play there. Trying to free up the three-point specialist who pump fakes, no one bites. Steps over, finds some room. It is indeed a 3. Texas will take a timeout down 48-45. Had to get that one read quick. 1:12 to go. Two quick passes inside, jam, and the foul. Oh my goodness. 3 points the old way. Potential for the Texas Longhorns. No, but the offensive rebound. Fouled. Wisconsin, 2 fouls in 3 seconds. Texas doing them all kinds of favors. Should be a 2-point lead. Or 1-point lead. Should be a 2-point lead. I don't know what Wisconsin or what Texas is doing there. 48 all. Mid-range jumper for the Badgers is good, and we have kind of the rare back and forth timeouts here. One of the tighter games that we've had all tournament long. California and Northwestern obviously went to overtime today, but quick passes. That's been so effective. Wisconsin's interior defense has been beatable. I feel like that's the best description of just like they've been get to them. Quick passes inside, double team, kicks out. Might get a 3-second violation here. Okay, they do. Floated inside, 54. Oh my goodness. Had a lane to the basket, but did not turn the right way. A kick to the outside. Oh, kick back. 5 seconds on the shot clock. Number 12 for 3. Off the backboard, no good. Back iron, I should say. Texas, no timeout. They're going to take the shot. Mid-range. Back outside for 3. And no good. We're going overtime. Going to overtime. Texas and Wisconsin. This is... I don't think that we've seen a good, final possession. We watched Northwestern with 2 awful possessions. That's the aggressiveness that you want to see inside. Wisconsin just never really got that deep into the paint. They kind of got into the mid-range a little bit on that final possession. You want to see them force some action. Try to get an easy layup. Try to get fouled. Maybe don't get fouled because you missed the first free throw. And how big are those Texas missed free throws at this point? They missed 2 of them, which would have forced Wisconsin into just have to make the shot to keep this game alive. And of course, Wisconsin misses some of those free throws. A free throw. They find themselves down. And this was kind of how that California Northwestern overtime period started, where it's like, oh man, this is kind of weird. Like, any of these shots could have won the game late. The three is no good. Nice block at the mid-range. Texas 9, that makes sense. They've done a really nice job. Texas has inside the paint. They were trying to get maybe a little bit of speed on a mismatch there. Through a bunch of traffic. Wisconsin finger roll is in. Back out front are the Badgers. Well, Texas didn't take the three. Probably pretty smart. That play didn't look like it was run quite as clean as it needs to be at times. Wisconsin was right there. 3:30 to go here in the overtime period into kind of a double team. Nice kick back out. 10 seconds on the shot clock. Blocked in the mid-range yet again at the free throw line. Oh, there it is. Kick. Three is up. Bang! Buries it. Oh, that's huge for my bracket. Here we go. Wisconsin 6 for 15. Texas 4 of 7. From deep, Wisconsin up by 4. There's a big three for Texas, and they missed it. Oh, I thought that was a golden. I believe that was a three-point specialist and everything wide open. Oh, Wisconsin's coming back around, trying it again. It's up. It's good. Wisconsin leads by 7. Let's go. I mean, impartial commentator, but also, yes, my bracket. Oh, what is happening to Texas? They're not getting the calls. They're having the turnovers. Wisconsin, oh, I don't like the aggression there. Slow it down a little bit. I get you want to put some more points on the board, stretch this lead out, but burn some clock. That's your best asset right now. 2-pointers, no good. Texas very cold here in the overtime period. 50-50 was our score. That's just a ridiculous block. And a great job to get the loose ball. 2 minutes to go. 7 points separate these teams. Texas, big three, got it. There is something about it being covered that makes it go in more. I don't know why. 4-point game. Wisconsin's got to get out of that double team. That's something that Texas has been doing. Texas has been doing all game. There's always been a rotation to double. Out of bounds. Oh, let us say Wisconsin ball. Interesting. Oh, nice block inside. Wisconsin's kind of throwing this game away. They gave up. I mean, the three wasn't. Oh my gosh. The three-pointer was a great shot, but some of the offensive stuff hasn't been great for the Badgers. But Texas, again, they've constantly rotated into double teams throughout this game. There's a three, but it's blocked. Timeout. 1:12 to go. Wisconsin seems a little hyperactive, a little unsettled. You don't need to be putting up these threes. Force them. They are down by 2 possessions. They'll force you to run the clock down. They might even foul at the 1-minute mark. Foul and the circus shot. Oh my goodness. Oh, Texas. Making it tight here. Buries the free throw, and it is a 1-point game. Someone's got to come back and meet the Badger toward the midcourt line. God, the backcourt violations are so annoying. Texas just did it, and like for no reason. It's almost stolen. Nice dive by the Longhorns. Now they're cutting inside. Somehow that was not blocked. I think it's just because of our angle. It gets a little funky. I thought 12 was going to go back, but that's also why you look at it and you got to go like a Badger needs to come back and meet the person bringing the Badger bringing the ball up. Give them outlet. Don't make them just force their way through. Defense does a good job to use that as a second defender. Oh boy. One more shot. Oh, number one with 4 personal fouls. I was going to say one more shot for an inbound steal. That's huge. So the 1-and-1. Badgers make the first. 21.9, so plenty of time for Texas. Vary both of them. Admittedly, I didn't get as irritated when Texas did it because it was like a little relieving. Because, you know, my bracket needs help. Now we're going to see Texas, or we have not seen a good final possession. See what Texas wants to do. I mean, we even saw it in the Georgia Tech-Oregon State game. Oregon State lost by 3. They took a 2. Texas is doing the same thing. The foul, but the basket is no good. That's huge. You can give up the foul there. Texas makes the first. You need an intentional miss here. They make both of them. Texas isn't out of it yet. The foul takes a little long. Oof, and it is a 1-and-1, so if you were to get the rebound, you could call a timeout. Oh! Texas got exactly what they needed, but they could not execute. Oh, and they get the missed basket. It's game over. Oh, Wisconsin misses their final 2 free throw attempts and somehow escapes with a win. The Badgers 62, the Longhorns 60. Wisconsin, my Final Four team, moving on, baby. And that is what I needed. That is, I think I have the Alabama and Wisconsin are my Final Four teams in this bottom half of this bracket. They both won. That's good for me. Now we move on to a game that is also very important. Speaking of Texas, it is the Baylor Bears. Champion pick for the bracket named after Baylor. They head to South Carolina to take on the Gamecocks. Bears, Gamecocks, champion pick on the line for the defending champion, or defending bracket champion, I don't even know, bracket pick winner. Do I have any other notes about this game? It is a Baylor clean sweep. Let's see. Champ pick for Baylor, an Elite 8 pick for Let's Go. Round of 32 for myself and the Beeb, because we have Wisconsin going pretty deep. So, but it is a clean sweep. It would benefit everyone, or deter everyone. It's a bigger loss because that point, the potential score goes way down if you lose a champion. It would be the first champion pick to go down, but not looking good early. You know, first 11 second analysis. Baylor, incredible. South Carolina, why are they here? It's a nice pass by the Baylor Bears. 3 for South Carolina, up and good. Off the front iron, no good. It's interesting to me to see USC for University of South Carolina. It makes sense. But for me, West Coast person, Pac-10, Pac-12 person, that's the University of Southern California, not South Carolina. Just weird. Oh, there it is. Baylor has the open look. Felt like they just didn't see it quite as quickly as you'd want to. They still come away with the points, so that's the positive. If Baylor wins this game, and you kind of want to root for that because you want these games to matter, you would have a Final Four pick in Wisconsin and like a pretty deep run in the Beebs bracket. We put them in the Sweet 16, I want to say. Yeah. And then you would have a champion pick in Baylor. So there is incentive for... Oh, Baylor is just... I mean, it's beautiful. The way they're running that is so good. South Carolina is not adjusting. The 6 points for Baylor every single basket has been that, like, hey, we're going to put a player dead center in the paint, and they're going to lay up the ball. And South Carolina says, okay. There's the deep three. But if you do want to start getting some of these bigger matchups, some of these matchups with higher stakes, bigger points on the line, a Baylor win here would be big. But we already are going to have... We have some good stuff in the top half of the round of 32. Alabama, Syracuse is big. Louisville, I don't know if Tennessee's a big pick, but Louisville's always a interesting, like kind of a, I don't know, must watch is like the right phrase, but also kind of like must watch, you know. 8-6 Baylor kicks it out, thought about it, tries to work around. Dangerously close to the baseline here. Through a couple of defenders, loose ball still comes up with it. Baylor's first shot of significant distance goes down, and it's 8-8. 8-8. There's a huge three for South Carolina. Good job to close out, at least, you know, put a hand up for Baylor. Left it a little bit short. A little left, I should say. A bit of a slow-paced game here. We saw Baylor get out to a real quick start, won the tip, get the easy early points. South Carolina isn't necessarily working with a ton of pace in general, but wow. What a way to sit there and just get absolutely destroyed. Baylor kick back out. Number 4, trying to work around, looking for some room. And it might be the weird double replay, which I don't ever really... Okay. No. Sometimes it's not the most common... It's not the most common, but there are times where, for some reason, the game calls a foul kind of early and gives the replay about like what happened as Baylor goes 1 for 2 from the line. But then the basket goes down, and then they do another replay. It's really odd. It looked like it was almost going to be a goaltend there, but South Carolina comes up with the basket, and it's 10-9. Blocked. Oh my goodness. Oh, stolen. Driving inside. Blocked again. I thought that was going to be a foul. But a really nice job by South Carolina and, you know, Baylor's defense. Doing good stuff too. Or doing good stuff defensively. Flipped up and in. South Carolina up by 3. Duke finally broke the streak of unanimous picks that won, or lost, I guess. Working around, double team, batted back out of bounds. It'll stay Baylor ball. Blocked inside. 6 blocks for South Carolina already. Baylor with a couple and a really good job to fill the lane defensively to just pester them out of the area a little bit. Go away. We're not doing this. Looking for flip inside. Flip up and good. So South Carolina picks up a basket, and it's Gamecocks are starting to make a little bit of space. Baylor tried to get back to what they do best, and I was about to compliment them because I assumed the basket would be good, but can't get it to drop. Oh my goodness, South Carolina. Baylor, what happened defensively there? There was no one, everyone had him, so no one had him. I thought you had him. They're like, I thought you had him. I mean, 15-9. Baylor needs one of those early game plays. They're kind of opening up the middle a little bit. Kick it outside if they want to take the foul. It's not the worst decision there. They would have liked to kick out. Maybe it's not a three-point specialist. I think South Carolina has made a defensive adjustment, though. Something about the texture of Baylor that looks like a balloon. Just looks odd. None of the other mascots are really all that shiny, you know? They all look like they feel like felt. That's an excellent block from behind for the Bears. That's huge. That's a 17-10 or maybe potentially 15-12 swing there. So if they want to kick back out, no. Working the inside still. That other player, they were down in the corner open and then brought themselves in, and it seemed to just clutter whatever's going on there. Baylor is kind of desperately calling. The Gamecocks shading this side of the court. That was nearly stolen. Shot clock's under 10. Back outside. Oh, kicks it. May not have. Oh, they're going to have to take kind of a desperation three. And somehow they come up with, I have no idea. Somehow the ball touched the rim, which reset the shot clock, and they came away with like a 39-second possession. It wasn't 39 seconds, but that's the full shot clock. Again, I don't know what South Carolina is doing that's confusing Baylor, but it's the second time that they've hit a player in the same spot. It's the near side of the court for us, kind of that three-point specialty play. There's no one there, and there's two defenders that can move over effectively and block him just charging in, and they just slide out of the way. It's such a bizarre looking play. The shot is good. Second shot is good. So 2 for 2 from the line. 17-14. Baylor doing a nice job, just kind of weathering that storm. I talk a lot about that throughout this first round. Are they going to call a foul on that? No, it's just a replay. Okay, just a replay. Kicking back, looking for something. A little short. Don't know if that was going to be a 2 or a 3, but the tip in is a 2 regardless. So 19-16. Big 3 for South Carolina. Kind of the same result this end of the floor as it was on the last end. Long shot missed, tip in got. Blocked. Spinning, working. Haven't seen one of these glitches in a while, which has been kind of nice. 4, 3, shot goes up. Hook shot is nope. No good. I started calling that one a little early. trying to get those hands out. Nice block on the inside, keeping this a 5-point deficit. Baylor is not a good-looking 16. South Carolina is an unimpressive 21. But I believe in South Carolina just a little bit more. I think their defense has been a little better. So many of Baylor's points have come from those interior plays, and it seems like once South Carolina's kind of moved around a little bit, it's been really tricky for them to figure that out. South Carolina intentionally holding for the final shot, I think. 3, rise and fire. 2 is good. So 23-16 will be the score for the first half. Baylor not looking good for all of us. For some of us, that's worse than others. Oh, the foul. No, what do I call that? Clown shot basket. Circus shot, that's what it is. No circus shot basket, but they do get the foul. Go to the line, shoot 2, 25-16. Almost stolen away. I think South Carolina got a little bit of a hand on it, and it just happened to go into Baylor's arm. Now it's inside. Oh, man, South Carolina. South Carolina kind of using Baylor's own plays against them. Baylor 6 for 18, 11 for 17. That's 5 shots better. That's 10 points better. There. They had it, but they didn't execute it correctly. You can see them kind of setting up to try and get a player in the middle of the paint and get what they got earlier. Try to get back to that a little bit more. South Carolina, good rotation by the Baylor Bears. Working it around, drives inside, left it a little bit short. Good job by the Baylor defense to not get a foul called on them, while still affecting the shot, putting up a little bit of a wall. There it is. There it is. Baylor, that's what they need to get back to. They're not out of this game. There's still plenty of time. South Carolina hasn't been a red-hot runaway offense. They're average at best. But Baylor is going to need to come up with multiple ways to score. Once you take that layup away, it seems like they have a very difficult time figuring out a secondary option. Oh, tipped and picked. Back. Looking for a little spin move. Absolutely swatted away, but a good job to come up with the loose ball. Stepped out of bounds. Just got baseline. Just got bandited by the baseline. Absolutely stole that possession from them. 2 quick passes inside. Shot is up and good. 9-point lead for South Carolina. Big slam inside. (29-22). They shook the defender off of them somehow. Just a disaster. That's a terrible defensive possession. It was a 7-point lead. 29-22. I don't know what the shimmy, shake, what, but the Baylor defender just was not in position at all. It was a wide open 3. And they're going to need a lot of those plays to go there in their favor for Baylor on offense. They're going to need South Carolina to be missing shots in a more consistent manner. It's almost step out of bounds. Baylor brings the double team. It was very effective for Texas. Just creating that extra little bit of pressure. Nice job by number 32 to poke the ball away. There's the bounce pass inside. Left hand finish. That's the Bears calling card. That's what they do. They've cut the lead to 6. A couple good defensive possessions. Get that rolling a little bit. You can get South Carolina out of a rhythm, a little uncomfortable. You can force some bad shots. But you can't let them do what they do. Oh, you can't let them do that. That's what you do, Baylor. You get the easy buckets, not them. Okay. It was out of bounds. Blocks. Sound effect threw me off a little bit. That's off the bottom of the backboard. And that's as bad as that possession could have gone. A block that went out of bounds. You still got the good bounce in your favor. And then just nothing you could do. Excellent job by number 2 there to slow things up. Because you kind of put the hand up. Like, hey, hold on. Let's not worry about it right now. It's a little weird there. Stolen away. Drives inside into a wall of Bears. The scariest thing. Nicely done. Defense is altering the shots. Baylor's defense is why they're in this game. Just, do you believe enough in their offense? I personally don't. If they can get those shots, then yes, but South Carolina did a really good job toward the end of the first half of making sure that they weren't getting those baskets. Defensive fouls, just a reach in. Second personal, second team foul. Number 5 to go. Floats it up. Spins. Fall away 2 is no good. South Carolina can't put buckets down to put this Baylor team away. Hook shot is up and buried. And 9-point, 10-point lead down to 4. That is an unbelievable block. That is huge for the Baylor Bears team, and a monster slam on the other side. This is a wild run for the Baylor Bears. I kind of counted them out. I was pretty disrespectful, if I'm being honest. Okay, can't really do that, but you're bound to give up some points eventually. Kick it back out. No, blocked. Oh, that's the possession you can't have. Can you turn it around defensively here? It was not a smart shot. The South Carolina defender was in the way. Goes for the 3. It's up. It's left a little short. Get the putback. No good. Still have the ball. The foul. Oof. You don't give them any positive plays, but you still end up fouling them, but they still come away with a point. Almost got the offensive rebound. So I guess not the worst scenario, but Baylor feels like they missed an opportunity. They really got to identify that they have players in position earlier. Circus shot no good, but a foul. So Baylor can put themselves down by 3. Really down by 5 right now. Make this a 1-possession game. And it's a 1-possession game. 37-34 with 3:14 to go. For South Carolina, no good. Oh my goodness. Oh, it was open. It couldn't have been more open for the 2. They missed a huge opportunity. Just not aggressive enough. Great block on the defensive side, but The defensive end. Oh, man. Baylor had exactly what they were looking for. It's the play that's worked for them all day. They're trying to fight through to get it again. 0 for 2 on their last 2 shots, and they were not good. Their offense, they are not rewarding their excellent defensive plays offensively. Gamecocks deflected or something there. That was pretty ugly. There it is again. They have it. 2 quick passes inside. They're lucky to get the foul. Oh no. Number 32 is injured. Looks like he's holding his back there. Oh, my back. Oh, man, you okay? God, so good. So fun. So the first free throw up and good. Second free throw is left short. They get the rebound. The shot is up and good. 3-point play the ridiculous way. And it is 37-37. Horrible foul on the other end. Third personal, 4th team foul. It's a 3-shot foul because it was beyond the arc. Oof. Baylor gets the bad news. They got the player injury. They get the rebound off the missed free throw, and instead it's 3 the other way. That's a game-changing foul. I mean, it's not like, again, it always sounds like that's like, oh man, you're calling ticky-tack crap. It's like, that's not what the point is. The point is just like, contextually, it's just awful. South Carolina out and running. 5-0 run might put this game away. Just too many poor shot selections by Baylor here late. There's still a minute and 25 seconds. I'm not trying to count them out, but goodness gracious. I also did get way too excited when Wisconsin was up by 7 and that went to overtime, so. It goes back to the fact that when Baylor can't get that play in the middle of the paint, it just seems so difficult for them to score. They are relying on South Carolina to foul here, which they get another one. Get another foul, but even then they haven't been great from the free throw line. Jeez Louise. Commentator curse. So at best they'll walk away with a... Oh, goodness gracious. I guess at best you walk away with a 3-point deficit, but you really can't count on a missed free throw being trying to get into offensive points. Trying to double team. Force the loose ball, but 31 still comes up with it. Ooh, nice block. 2 seconds on the shot clock. Oh, God, if they foul here. Oh, it's a shot clock violation. Okay. Got real weird, or real worried there. Okay, Baylor's shot clock is off, but you're down by 4, so you have to have some level of pace here. You can take it 2. That's fine. But it has to be a good shot. There. I can't do this. They can't do this. We can't have these terrible possessions at the end of games. Please, do something. Shoot the ball. Oh, you idiots. You idiot Bears. You stupid idiot Bears. You're down by 4. Oh, great. Now you're down by 1. Morons. Morons. I hate that about this game. The AI, it's on the highest skill level, and they don't understand clock management. There is no 4-point shot. And if I'm South Carolina, I'm not even going to be near you. Take the 3, I don't care. 41-42. Probably the most frustrating ending of the day. The Oregon State one was pretty bad as well, but this one was like, you were down, you got the up. You did an excellent job. You forced a shot clock violation. You didn't do any of the dumb garbage that this game does. Fouling at a minute, fouling at 45 seconds, fouling with 9 seconds on the shot clock when all you have to do is run it out and force a bad shot. And you took 30 seconds off the clock for no reason other than to make a 3 and lose by 1. Who bet on your team to lose? Find them and do with them what you need to do, because that was an abysmal end. 42-41, South Carolina moves on, and we have, unfortunately, our first champion pick has been eliminated, and it was the Baylor Bears. Unfortunately, the clean sweep streak, clean sweep, what is it? Clean sweep curse shows its ugly head. UConn and Georgetown. Nobody gets any points, by the way, on that. It was a Baylor for everyone, just a variance of who went where. And you look at it, you go, it's Wisconsin. They're a Final Four pick for me. They're a deep run for the Beeb versus a champion pick. That's awesome. That's what you want. Somebody's going to get points and eliminate other points. But no. Baylor just has to be the biggest dummies in the world and not understand that you're down by 4 and a 3 doesn't really do a whole lot. Before we get to Stanford and Ohio State, we have one game to do. It's UConn and Georgetown. Connecticut is always in the C's, even though I always write down UConn, because I hate spelling Connecticut. They are taking on the Georgetown Hoyas. And we are ready for action here. Game 7 of Day 4. Highest skill level. Don't know what that means. Just feels like if you're playing against them on the highest skill, if you're up by 4, just let them run the clock out forever. Man, that's frustrating. That is so frustrating. UConn and Georgetown, I believe it's me versus Baylor. I have UConn to the Sweet 16. They have Georgetown to the Sweet 16. And then the other two brackets have Stanford, because Stanford's a clean sweep. Stanford is like a Sweet 16 and a Final Four pick. So whoever wins, it doesn't really matter for them. But welcome to Georgetown. G-Toe. UConn fires it up and nails it. UConn won the national championship last year, I think. I'm only partially confident in that because Jake Storielli won some money based on that because he placed a bet in like January or something, and they weren't favored, I guess. It was like some good odds. I don't know. I'm not a gambler. Thank God. I have enough dumb vices that take enough of my money in poor decisions. So I don't need gambling to help me with that. So 3-2, UConn up. Georgetown drives it into the bottom of the basket, and that'll turn the ball over to the Huskies. And nice steal right back. 21, real close. Just dancing right around that midcourt line. It gets a little scary. Nice block by the Naked Dogs. Wanted to push the pace, but good job filling the lane. Kind of called for it, but stopped. Nice jam as UConn puts up 2 more. 5-2. We're so close. We're almost halfway done. That's wild to think about. Thank you for watching. Hopefully you enjoyed a goaltend. Get one of those going early, I guess. Here we go. Here we go. Clap, clap. I want them to win. I forgot who I picked. Clap, clap. Here we go, UConn. Here we go. First free throw is up and good. Second free throw is good as well. 3-point game. Oh, nice steal. UConn ran out of bounds. I don't know what that was. That doesn't make any sense. You know who doesn't do that stuff? 4-time champion Louisville. They don't run it out of bounds like absolute doofuses. I like the aggression, the adjustment there by Georgetown. Hey, we just turned the ball over. I know they got it right back, but you know, just you can't rely on that. I can't believe. Okay, I was going to say I can't believe that's not a turnover. And it was. It was a turnover. Big dumb turnover. As UConn seems to just be having all kinds of trouble here offensively. They've gotten a couple extra possessions that they have just thrown in the garbage. Georgetown dangerously close to just sitting up and going back over the backcourt line. Which just would have been the most wild version of that. Bounce pass inside, tipped and stolen away by UConn. I like UConn's aggression trying to get into the lane, but there are two defenders in the area. You had a player maybe you could have thrown it to ahead of you, but it's just not a good combination. Not a good percentage chance of result. I don't know. Oh my goodness. I picked UConn. Thankfully, I didn't pick them to go super far. This team is a mess. This team is just feels like such an out of control, just an out of control chaos that I do not enjoy. UConn up by 4. Floats it into number 3. Kind of a dangerous pass there. Fights through some contact. Good job by Georgetown not to get fouled on that. I don't give Georgetown enough credit for wearing a hat. Big 3 by UConn, but I make smart picks, you know, so. I guess it's not the sailor hat, so what do I care, you know? He was no good, but a great tip in there by Georgetown, 13-8. Oof. That was a nice shot. Great shot there by UConn. They're a little bit of a chaotic team, but they are making some good They are making some nice baskets. Oh, what? How did that get past him? UConn misses the shot, going back up, flips it off the backboard, and it's good. How? If you're Georgetown, you got to be so frustrated that one person versus 3 came up with the rebound. Good defense by the UConn Huskies. It'll stay Georgetown ball. Two quick passes inside, kind of fights through and does a nice job to get the bit of a circus shot to drop. Oh no, even with the kind of delay, they held on to that for a second, still wide open. A nice job cleaning the glass by the UConn offense. And it's 19-10, a little more than halfway through half number 1. How did Georgetown not come up with points on that? They had the advantage, they had the positioning and everything, and UConn still managed to smash it out of bounds. Then they just walked out of bounds. Oh, boy. Fades right. Oop, missed that. The rare misfire from UConn there. Big three from Georgetown. A lot of offensive rebounds, it feels like, in this game. Connecticut's got the advantage by just a chunk, but Georgetown, I think it's a good job to take a three. Looked pretty okay. It wasn't a great shot. Fine. Oof, bad foul. That's a really bad foul. It didn't even really look like a foul, but whatever. There's me complaining about ticky-tack foul stuff. But I mean, you look at it in three, obviously, the shot itself, like the shot selection, not terrible. They come up with the offensive rebound after the shot doesn't look great coming out of the hand, but then puts it back for a couple, and UConn over here just stealing the ball away. Takes a step inside toward the defender, and then kind of like didn't adjust how much power, because that looked like it would have been good from the initial step that he didn't take back, or the just burst. Backwards off the glass and good. 21-14. Nice little find in the middle. That was kind of, wasn't exactly Baylor's bread and butter, but foul. (23-16) now. UConn feels like an unconvincing 23. There's a nice find in the middle. Good job by the defense. In fact, definitely affected that shot. Big three for UConn, but missed. Blocked and rejected. Going back the other way. The center spins, fires, gets the bucket and the foul. Oh my goodness. That was such a weird spin. Throw on the ground, and I crushed all the buttons all at once. They missed the free throw. They missed the putback. Oh, this UConn team. Feels like they could be up by 30 or down by 45. There's just something about them that's, I don't know, a couple of these baskets go the other way and all hell could start breaking loose. Their spin move. Spin move to a little mid-range jumper. Doesn't quite hit the front iron. Or it doesn't quite make it because it hits the front iron. So 25-16 game. See, there it is. Offensive foul, defensive foul. In this case, it's out of bounds. Who could know? Oh, they stole it anyway, so it didn't matter. What a dumb game this is. Under a minute. Oh, okay. Hey, good job. I like where the UConn offensive player put themselves. The two Georgetown defenders were too focused on the shot. Kind of just snuck in behind and was ready for the rebound if need be. Puts it in and puts them up 11. Georgetown team has been turnover prone. If they I think if they clean that up, they can make a run. UConn's not the best team in the world. They're not the most consistent on offense, and it does feel like they kind of rely on the second chance opportunities and taking the turnovers and turning them into quick points. I think you're looking at a little bit of a Louisville light sort of thing where it's hard to tell how good a Louisville team is offensively as we see the final shot of the half, 27-16, your halftime score. Just a little bit of that Louisville light. You're not sure how good they are on offense. They really are excelling with the turnovers, but that creates these advantageous opportunities where how can you score in a consistent manner if you don't get takeaways? And in that case, you don't. I know that's off a turnover, but Georgetown has been doing a pretty good job defensively at times to slow them down a little bit. Oh, they have it right in the middle. It needed to be a bounce pass, but instead it was a little bit of a floater. I see the vision. I see where you're trying to go with that. That's tipped. Out of bounds. Still Georgetown ball. They do feel a little too pass happy at times. Kind of northwestern-y. Yeah, I think it's Northwestern. It's a team that I'm thinking of. Where you're just whipping the ball across the court, and there's like no reason for it. Good job by Georgetown. Closed out on that. Got a hand in the face. Not an easy shot. I'm sure didn't get a clean look at the basket. 27-16 still. Oh, another turnover. Connecticut somehow has 8 of them, and Georgetown only has 9, which feels low. They're running that three-point specialty play. Georgetown tries to close out, but not there in time. Clean look at the basket, and bam. Splashed home for a 14-point lead. I'm looking really smart now after my dumbness of picking the Baylor Bears. Shot up, shot good. 30-18 now. Georgetown needed that basket like 2 or 3 times in the last minute and a half, 2 minutes or so in game, even back into the first half. Take advantage of that UConn miss. Stop turning the ball over. See if you can make a run here. Because there's a big difference between what UConn's probably going to be able to do between a turnover and even just a rebound. Like, at least even if you're just missing shots, that still puts them further back up the floor. You're not having to worry about, a 3-on-1 UConn rush. You have an opportunity to get back and get set at least a little bit. UConn buries the 2 and goes back up by 12. Did you see that UConn Husky just spinning into position? Oh, God. The turnovers are bad. Bad. And UConn buries it 15. It was 14, and then it was a little bit closer, and then now it's further. Three is buried. So good job by Georgetown. Hey, good response 3 right there. There you go, UConn. That's the Baylor special. Bounce pass right to a guy in the middle. Bam. Nice job by UConn with the block there. Trying to drive inside. Oh, man. Oh, we don't usually see 2 quick. How'd you miss the dunk? How did you miss the dunk? We usually see 2 quick passes, like one inside and then just whipped out to the 3-point specialist. Shot is buried, 37-25. There's a big 3 for UConn. I forgot which way we were going with that. I thought it was more of a Georgetown thing. I'm not rooting for a blowout here. I would like to pick up a victory, but I also don't. I have them going to the Sweet 16, so I guess a 3 total points if you win the first round, win the second round. That's 3 points for your bracket. Nice bounce in there. Georgetown's sticking around. I don't know that I believe in it. They're just a little too prone to the turnovers, but they have responded a couple of times to some 3-pointers from UConn. Problem is they just can't get a good, consistent defensive effort to try and chop this down. Hey, cut this down to 10, 8. Get them out of a rhythm. See if you can get them into a little bit of a cold spot. And see if you can get into a nice rhythm. Oh, nice job there. Okay. All right, well, it was kind of nice, and then it was the dastardly shoulder jump into the player, ball off the foot. Nice block by Georgetown, and UConn still comes away with the ball just to get blocked again. They're running the other way, but the lane is filled well by the UConn Huskies into a double team. Fires into the corner. Offensive foul. Oh, Georgetown cannot get out of its own way. I don't know. Left it a little bit short. Georgetown realistically probably has about 2.5 minutes to try and cut this down to 6. And that's a good start. Just some good defensive possessions. And obviously easier said than done. And kind of like a Dahoy. Yeah, play good on defense. But a couple of good defensive possessions and then try and get... Oh, that's a big 3 for UConn, but it doesn't go. Try to get better shots on offense and no turnovers. I think that's the big key, is to just, if you miss a shot, fine. Give yourself an opportunity to get back on defense. UConn almost stole that ball before I was done with the sentence. I was going to lose my mind as I keep doing that. This is what Georgetown is just missing the opportunity. UConn's missed a couple baskets. You get a couple more good possessions on the offensive side. There's a kick. Nice 3. Might have been a long 2. Foot might have been on the line. Didn't matter. Or it doesn't matter because they didn't score. Okay. There's a little turnover. There's a mistake. Georgetown, come on. Do something. You're down to about 1 minute and 15 seconds before this game starts really getting out of reach. Blocked out of bounds. Georgetown will retain possession. Deep 2. Nice offensive rebound. That should be a goaltend. I believe it was. I don't think it's signaled up at the top, but it is a 10-point game. All right, Georgetown crunch time. Okay, not what you want to do. Okay, well, it was fun while it lasted. Man, that is just such a back-breaking 3. And that's been the difference in some of these games, has been, boy, it's taking one team a lot of effort and a lot of time at times to get points on the board, and then the other team just one clean play run, and it's a big 3 on the other side. It's a little wild. There they go again. They're going to kick, shoot. No good. Nice job rebounding. And they close this to within 10 here. Single digits. Might be able to put another 20, 30 seconds on the clock if... Gotta go, though. That's the problem. Another fade to the right, too. Okay. You get the loose ball. Out and running. The finger roll is good. We have to do that coming off of a good, like that other possession, you know what I mean? Like they missed the three. You take it down the floor, you score. You come up, you get the steal. You take it down the floor and score. Okay. Georgetown making it interesting at least. 1:32 to go. That's a 9-point game. I think it's going to be tight, and I think especially with the way we've seen some of these teams run offense in the last 30 seconds of a game, it has to be one possession by that point, obviously. But even then, it still feels like that's not really a safe bet. Ooh, that's a big foul. First team foul this half. That's a big difference. If you're not putting them on the line, if you're not giving them those extra opportunities, that's big. Big. Two of three, got to be able to make all three of them. Cut it to 7 or 6. They're not in the worst spot. They just, when you start fouling, there it is. Okay. Okay, Georgetown. Where's this team been? And you see what happens when they stop turning the ball over? UConn doesn't get the easy opportunities. Oof, that's a bad block. That block will likely do it for the Georgetown Hoyas. We have one final game remaining. I know there's 50 seconds left. I understand that. But also at the same time, do you really think that they're going to be able to do it? No is the correct answer. Finally put them on the line. In the bonus. God, they did such a good job to get a couple of takeaways late in this one. Georgetown did, and then they just couldn't come up with that. Like, the foul on the three-point line, you got to be able to convert all 3 of those free throws. You take the other turnover, you got to be able to come up with something better than a blocked shot. Even if it's like a wide open miss, I think it's better than just a shot that doesn't have any chance of going in. Hook shots off the side of the backboard. Ugh. Ugh. (48-38). We see another timeout by Georgetown. Not really sure why. Maybe some extra feel-good smooches. Who knows? Oh, there it is. Bounce pass inside. It looks like it'll be 48-40, the final. Georgetown throwing in the towel here. Give them a couple of points. It would be absolutely wild if you just heard me clicking throughout the game to be like, oh, they put them on the line for some reason with a reach in. Great, cool. Keeping track manually. Ugh. Jeez Louise. Why is UConn even shooting? Why are you taking timeouts? Stop it. Just end the game. There's 8.6 seconds left. The worst ending of all time. Whoa. Got big NFL news. What the heck? It's a Sunday? Hello? Okay, 49-40 your final. UConn wins. Goodness gracious. Holy moly. 49-40. Yeah, let's take a look at a couple of stats here. And I'll just double check that I have UConn winning. Perfect. Let's take a look at the difference in the first half and the second half. I guess the steals weren't all that different. There were fewer blocks and one fewer steal. They were just... Ugh. 7 for 19 kind of does you in a little bit. But they did hold UConn to 7 to 19 the next time around. Free throws, anything? 4 for 5. I don't know. They went 9 for 13. Maybe that's it. Kind of just some fewer 10 offensive rebounds. Okay, yeah, offensive rebounds definitely in a decrease there is helpful. I don't know. I guess there wasn't a stat that really stuck out as much as I thought it would. I was looking for like, okay, there's like a significant number of steals or turnovers, and there's a significant reduction between first and second half, where you kind of go like, okay, that's why. If you can clean this up in half number 1, you might be able to get something going positively in half number 2. I don't know. But they'll have to try again next year as Georgetown is eliminated 49 to 40. Stanford, you're staying right there. We're bringing in the OHIO State Buckeyes for game number 32 of the first round of the final game. This gross, disgusting matchup of stupid tree versus ugly Buckeye. Because my mom said, I hope that if both teams play, it's a 0-0 tie. Nobody wins. Everyone goes home sad. Quickly, though, some kind of big breaking news. DK Metcalf is off to the Steelers, which is kind of wild. Okay, what is happening already? 4 seconds in, I can't like read one article thing. Oh my goodness. So we are in the home of the Buckeyes. I usually try to flip these back and forth as far as who's the home team, who's the away team. I think one of them I wrote wrong in the bracket, so I have to go back and make sure that each team gets an even number of home games. But Ohio State Stanford wraps us up in the first round every year. So that's interesting. DK heading to the Steelers. Josh Allen signs a 6-year contract with $250 million guaranteed. 6-year, $330 total. Kind of wild. And Davante Adams is going to the Rams. On a 2-year, $46 million deal. So the hopes and dreams of the delusional Packers fans are dead, who are like, Davante could come back to the Packers. And it's like, no. He's not going to come back. He's not going to go back to the Packers. Okay? He's not going to come back to Green Bay. Make all of us happy. Wear green and gold again. It'll be the best. He's going to go play for Stafford and Sean Payton. I would anticipate his stats to be kind of monstrous next year. Like, just kind of instant reaction, which is obviously what you come to Mascot Madness for. But instant reaction, I would anticipate that his stats would be, a Sean McVay, probably pass-happy offense with Puka Nacua and Davante Adams, because that's what you need. If you're Davante Adams, you need a Jordy Nelson. If you're Jordy Nelson, you need a Davante Adams. You commit to covering one of our guys with 2 defenders, and we will have a free receiver. And, spoiler alert, they'll be really freaking good. Might be fun to run some Madden simulations, but the game just doesn't run. Ugh, God, that game's so dumb. Madden games are dumb. Defensive foul on the big, stupid Stanford tree. The ugly Buckeyes. Oh, God, suck at basketball, too. Anyway. Five to 3, bit of a slow start. Jeez Louise. Come on. 5 to 3, a bit of a slow start here for both teams in the first couple of minutes. Some backcourt violations, a bad steal there or a bad turnover there for the Buckeyes. Good steal for the Trees, that for some reason have human hands. Blocked and knocked, recovered the loose ball. Nicely done by Ohio State. Oh, nice block by Stanford on the inside. Oh, knocked away and stolen. For some reason I thought they were saying, here we go, backpacks, here we go, but it's clearly Buckeyes. Obviously Buckeyes. Buckeyes. Bounce pass inside. Kick it back out. Number 10, three-point specialist. Blocked at the three-point line. Stanford, oh, they thought they were off and running, but good speed by the Buckeyes to get in the way. Fades to the right and drains the shot. 7-3 Stanford lead. I think this series, there's a couple of hand-picked matchups. Like the Apple Cup, the Washington State games were incredibly lopsided. There were 6 of them. Washington won every single one of them. And then the Cougars played the Syracuse Orange and put up one of the worst games we've ever seen. This matchup, Ohio State and Stanford, has been in every single tournament. And I don't know exactly what the stats are, but it's not 6-0. Might be 4-2, but I don't know who would have the advantage. I'll go in. I'll get some stats. I'll get some standings. Next year's going to be awesome, okay? I have a great way to do it. Just need to commit the time. But, you know, we play an entire season of MLB The Show, and then we get into the off season. We try to find something a little shorter. Maybe perhaps Ken Griffey Jr. Baseball, which I bought for $10. Damn. Maybe that. But I don't know. Anyway, I do have some good ideas for next year. Hopefully to try and drum up some interest and stuff like that. But that's for next year. It's 9-8 right now. That's what we need to focus on. Stanford leading Ohio State. Oof, these stickers are bad. Holy moly. Yuck. I regret taking the stickers. Now I don't have a good place to put them. Just put this in. Somehow Stanford comes away with points on that possession. Ugly shot followed up by a nice putback. Onto the halfway point, we have a 3-point game. Backcourt violation. That's a good job by the Stanford defense. Sometimes the backcourt violations are really dumb and annoying. At least that time, Ohio State was kind of being pestered by the Stanford Trees. As they go up for the basket and the foul, he gets injured. Got his back blown out on the play. Well, they both have real hands. I guess that makes a little more sense for the Buckeyes, who are literally just a stupid Buckeye on a body. God, Ohio State. I don't like Ohio State. Oof. The timeout Stanford. So it must be this team's just making substitutions and needing to figure this stuff out. Ohio State, a little bit of a pressure defense. I like that. We're down by 1. Probably should have been able to complete the 3-point play, but that was a really bad free throw shot. Coming in off the bench, maybe not the easiest as well, but you're also getting like a clean look in the free throw. Like, feels like that should be in your skill set. Stanford responds with a 2 of their own, and they're back up by 3. There's a nice pass inside, better deflection. Somehow almost dribbled its way back out to the Buckeyes. I don't understand that. And the Buckeyes steal it away. What is going on in this game? Foul on Stanford go to the line to shoot 2. First one's good. Second free throw is short, so two of their last 3 free throws are made. That's your deficit. 13-11 with 4 minutes to go. They're running that 3-point specialty play for a person or tree who just does not have any interest in doing that. I can't believe that wasn't stolen. The game also feels like it kind of glitched. Free throw is up and good. Second one is missed. No timeout called, so it must not have been that important of a foul. Both of these teams running the 3-point play don't really seem to have much of an answer or a reason to. Stanford runs it out on the other side, dunks it home, and they are up by 5. 16-11. Just was not going to work. Wasn't going to work. Defender in the area and blocked, and ugh, what a disaster. Been throwing the word disaster out a lot. Sorry. Oh, I don't know why Ohio stopped. Why did you stop to pull up for the 2? I think you had just enough of a step there. You take that a couple more, just try to get the layup in. Maybe get a foul. Instead, kind of a that's a pretty bad look. Maybe a worse look on the other side as he threw it off the backside of the backboard. Okay, there you go, Ohio State. Quick, decisive with the ball. Just a nice bounce pass, inaccurate, up off the glass and good. Oh, they come away with the offensive rebound on that one. There were multiple Buckeyes in the area. The ball does get kind of lost in the trees there. Ohio State must be making a substitution. Both teams letting the other team kind of stay where they're. Ohio State's not doing a good job at executing their free throws to get back into this game. Stanford is not doing a good job executing their free throws to start pushing that lead out. They're just kind of feel very evenly matched. There's a foul in the bucket. Another opportunity for a 3-point play. Splashes it home, and it's 17-16. He would be tied probably 18-18 with all the missed free throws in the last couple of minutes. Ever since that injury, I think Ohio State's missed 2, Stanford's missed 1 for sure. Stanford, big 3 up and gets it to go. There it goes. There we go. I get my brain to go and work. Nice bounce pass inside. Follow-away 2 is up and good. Ohio State, though, would do it a good job, just kind of keeping pace with what Stanford's doing. Just stay in one possession. You don't need to be in the lead necessarily. Defensive foul, so Stanford will go to the line to shoot 2. Goodness, Stanford, what are you doing? 21-18. Oh! That's a good time for, I mean, obviously, anytime probably a good time for a steal in basketball. But that felt like a big moment. Or Ohio State doing a good job sticking around in this game. Stanford's kind of leaving the door open, which is always like the most frightening thing, mainly for bounces like that. I mean, I don't know how many sports games, especially like football, where you go like, man, you're not putting more points on the board. Like, you're trying to go for it on a 4th down, and instead of a 10-point lead, it's a 7-point lead. And you're missing 4th downs. You're not punting. There's like all these little things that you were leaving the door open for them to get into a rhythm. That's what Stanford's doing here. They're missing free throws. They're not doing a great job. They're getting steals, but they're not really polishing them off on the offensive side. They're running these 3-point plays. We've seen several teams do it. I think most notably would be Minnesota. Mainly because it was the most hurtful to me that Minnesota lost. Oh, all right. The mid-court shot is missed. But if you're Stanford and they get the first possession here in the second half, all of a sudden they're up, they're up 4 or whatever. Stanford's leaving the door open for an Ohio State run. If Stanford goes cold and they're only up 2 possessions instead of what could be 4, maybe even 5. Like, that's a big difference. Or even if it's let's say 3 possessions and the difference is like 6 points and 9 points. 3 threes is way different than 3 twos. Ohio State needs to be better on the offensive side. They don't get a good look there. Well short. All the way to 8-0 scoring run for Stanford. I mean, you're talking about a 21-all game. The Buckeyes need some... Buckeyes need some points, and they miss a dunk. They do get incredibly lucky that they get the putback, but oh my goodness. Left that one off the front iron, so here's a good chance for Ohio State. See if you can find a little bit of a rhythm. You had a good look at it last time. Able to find some room through the Stanford defense. That's not what we're looking for. That's not what we're talking about. Stanford is by the way, is a clean sweep. I don't know if I mentioned that. Stanford a clean sweep. Final 4 for the Beebs, Sweet 16 for Let's Go, and then because both myself and Baylor had our respective picks, mine was UConn, theirs was Georgetown going to the Sweet 16, we only had our Stanford picks only going as far as the round of 32. Defensive foul, little reach in there. Stanford inbounds the ball immediately and fires. That was like before the logos were even gone. The game just kind of runs on the back end for some reason. Very weird. Oh, that 3-point specialist, just a little too deep. I like that he held the ball. It's not a great look from that distance, likely in this game. It is 20 years ago. Steph Curry's weren't really existing the way that they do now. Launching threes from 58 feet or whatever it is, and just making it all the time. But Ohio State is falling apart. It's a 12-2 run. That's a block inside. As we are winding down. The final game of the round to 64. Stolen. Nice job. Ohio State's coming up with some good plays here. That's good. Good push. Oh my goodness. Oh, you can't. You got to be able to put that away. There's no way you should miss that. No way. Bounce pass inside. Stanford gets the bucket. Buckeyes, it looked like they were running that three. They finally ran the three-point play and had the shooter shoot, and then they just couldn't do it. Stanford, an authoritative jam on the other side. A 14-point game, and it's starting to become a... It's 21-21. There's a three. A little short. The tip in no good. Tip in no good. They can't get baskets right at the rim. That's 3 shots that they've missed. Oh, and that's just, oh my goodness. They're lucky to even have 23 points because they missed a dunk and got a putback. Otherwise, they'd be scoreless in the second half. Ohio State, you do not want to join the Washington State Cougars scoring 6 points. It was a 21-21 game. It is a 16-2 run since then. They couldn't even like accidentally make that. Oh my gosh. There's no way that we somehow managed to watch 2 of the worst halves of basketball in the same tournament, in the same round. No way. I refuse to believe Ohio State just missed another layup. Ohio State's not even, they're shooting so much worse. The Cougars turned the ball over constantly in the first half and got absolutely annihilated. Ohio State's at least shooting the ball. They just can't buy a bucket. No way. I mean, for them to have this few points in 6 minutes? I mean, they're doing something defensively. They're getting some steals. They're getting some turnovers, takeaways, whatever. Like, there's a block on the inside. The Cougars didn't have a single block in their whole game. "17 seconds on the shot clock here for Stanford. I imagine they will just kind of start working it a little bit. Ohio State needs like 2 baskets. We will have to look at the second half stats for this team. They got fouled and missed 2 free throws. That's a block. Oh my goodness. What is happening? Stanford, what are you doing? That's a block. They still can't go with a loose ball though. Stolen. A couple of turnovers for Stanford here. I think they're getting a little loosey-goosey. No. I refuse. This can't happen. There's no way. This is the number 6 best game of all time, and it's just me cutting the first half of the Cougars game and the second half of the Buckeyes game together. Because they're just the most abysmal halves of basketball we've ever seen. Okay, there's a bucket. 2 minutes. They have 2 minutes to score like 2 points. I mean, they're definitely better than the Cougars because Washington State turned the ball over constantly and didn't do anything defensively. The Buckeyes, again, like, there are a couple of blocks here and there, like, really can help make it not look quite as bad because they're at least getting shots up on the other end. And they're not throwing away as many opportunities. I don't know what Stanford's do. Why are you missing free throws? God, I'm so glad I picked UConn to go to the Sweet 16. Neither of these teams are good. This is good news for the Beeb, who does have Stanford as a final, yeah. Okay, there's 6. We have a Final Four pick in Stanford, a Sweet 16 pick. I mean, obviously it's clean sweep. I meant to say Beeb. Beeb has Stanford as Final Four, which I feel like I misread. That feels incorrect. But you might just like the goofy tree. The big doofy tree. Could you imagine if this version, this half of Ohio State, why are you fouling? By the way, they've only scored 6 points this half, and they're only down 10. Washington State scored 6 points, and they were blown out by like 100. I don't actually remember exactly what the score was, but it was not good. Like, it's ludicrous that they think that they could come back. But also kind of not, because Stanford has been maybe the worst free throw shooting team of the day. But somehow they'll figure it out this time around. Once it's crunch time, then they dial it in. 2 for 2. I don't know if they've hit 2 free throws in the same thing, in the same charity stripe visit all game long. So it will not go down as a tie for the worst half of basketball of all time. But I'm a little confused as to why Ohio State is not fouling. That one wasn't an intentional foul, but 41 to 30. Why? Why are you taking timeouts? End this game. End it. This is misery. There was another team that did this too, where it's just like, there's no reason. I think the most annoying thing about this game is the fact that they foul and call timeouts, and then they do this. But also, we kind of need them to do this. Oh, thank God. Mercifully, it's over. Oh, all right. 41-30. Stanford wins. Oh, boy. Would not feel... I think... Actually, you know what? We can talk about that in a minute. Let's submit the score. Stanford 41, Ohio State 30. Just double checking. Stanford wins. Stat Central, let's check. It was a gross second half. 9 total points. They were 4 for 20. And Stanford wasn't much better. 6 for 18. Oh my goodness. They got really lucky with the free throws. 4 of those went down. They weren't actually as bad from the line as I thought they would be. First half, 25-21. Pretty, I mean, not a great game. 9 turnovers to 7 turnovers. But, you know, above a 50% shooting clip. 3-pointers look good. You know, 2 for 4 or 3 for 4 total. Not terrible. That's where the free throws were really bad. 4 for 8 and 3 for 6 is just disgusting. Man, one of the worst halves of basketball. I think, to go back to what I was going to say, I think that UConn-Stanford could be a, I don't know if I want to use the word like, I guess the word sneaky is fine or fair, but because I don't think it would be I don't think it would be a game that you would look forward to, but I do think that it could be really weird. Neither of those teams played particularly well. If you take the points that they scored against their opponents, UConn would win 49-41, but both of their opponents were bad. And they didn't play very well. Stanford scored 16 points in the half, in the second half. That's bad. That is a bad number. And they didn't even really do themselves a favor or get the opportunity to kind of pad those stats a little bit toward the end. Ohio State got real weird. They took some timeouts and then they just kind of run the clock out. That's a problem in this game anyway. Yeah, I think we have some interesting matchups. It would have been great if Baylor could have pulled off a win. That one's probably the most frustrating loss of the day. But yeah, that's the round of 64. It's complete. I think the game to watch is Bama-Syracuse. I think that's our must-watch of round 2. That is in the second day. It is the second game of day number 2. The brackets are pretty badly damaged in the top half, which is a problem. So there aren't a ton, like, for example, the Baylor bracket, not to like pick on them or whatever, but the Baylor bracket is missed 7 of the first 8 picks. So they have 1 pick in the first half of the first round of 32 video, you know, and that's not an uncommon thing. I don't know. I went 50-50. Let's get you caught up on the brackets right now. The lumpy title run, I am in first place with 16. Let's Go is tied with me at 16 points. The difference is the score potential. I have a score potential of 116. They have a score potential of 106. Beeb, she has moved up into third place with a score of 14 and a score potential of 108. And unfortunately, Baylor was the first champion pick to go down. So Baylor beat Yoaz, has a score of 14, but only a point potential of 52. Let's take a quick peek, see if there's anybody, see what a deep run. Iowa State, no. Michigan State. LSU is kind of who they'd be rooting for. Syracuse. So it's a Louisville, or no, I'm sorry, LSU. LSU, Syracuse, Texas Tech. But Baylor is gone, so that's kind of who you're looking at. If you want, you're welcome to look at the brackets. If you have filled out a bracket, be sure to check that. I might be recording this early, so I would check it before Tuesday at about 6 p.m. Pacific time if you're watching this. And I'll try to do some stories and kind of look at who are the big picture teams that various things or various people are looking at. 3 of us still have champions in, so it could be kind of interesting where it's like, okay, you need LSU, Syracuse, and Texas Tech. You need one of those 3 teams to make a deep run and hopefully get some damage from some other brackets. And I think that's what makes this stuff fun. So there you go. Feels good to be in first place, but I know I'm duking it out with a juggernaut. So let's go. Let's have some fun. We get an Alabama win and a Louisville win, and the Sweet 16 all of a sudden gets real important, and that is exciting as all get out. So if you would like to see that, be sure to subscribe right over here where the gameplay is. Ring the bell down below. You'll be notified when I post new videos. March Mascot Madness tournaments are going up right here in this playlist, and baseball in the evenings. Thanks so much for watching. Hopefully you enjoyed. Have a great rest of your night, and we'll see you next time.